Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy spot was discussing, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business like it just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business like it just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
We forgot, but we never forget. This one built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that vibe. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBAs. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture and act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. All y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care. Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, thank y'all, Black family, for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Crumman. Let me stop sharing my screen. And on this season 6, episode 25, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. I'm your host, Chain Crumman. We should be joined here shortly with Shabaka Corey. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancers, of which I am the co-executive producer and co-host of, and Lady Che, who did the RBA earlier, so make sure y'all check that out. And on this season 6, episode 25, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is Black Caucus member says the CBC's job is to help all people, not just Black. Then we got the Democrats exposed, or the Democrats exposed. It's about their seats, not FBAs, so they're losing their minds. Oh snap, we got Brother Damien in the building. Salute. Certified Salam, salute to you. Thank you for tapping into the Frontline Black News. So it's about their seats, not FBAs. And when Black people, when Black Chicago voted for the couch in 1971, that's the same year my mom was born. Wow, we got Cow Dog in the building, salute. Then we got Drewski's Black British Skit forces an overdue conversation. Then we got Chud the Builder, or Chud the Bussy, just lost the support of radical white conservatives for doing this. Did Chud the Bussy's antics just prove FBAs need their own hate crime bill? Yes, long overdue. The UFO scientist Purge is not what you think. Death to David Wilcocc shocks community. Then we got FBAs call out the hypocrisy from politicians and immigrants. Then we got our legal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get a news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 11 seasons for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and 6 seasons for Frontline Black News. Now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which we started at the end of 2020, going into 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And is also part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from from Blog Talk to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, because they don't like this truth. So they will try to strike it every chance they get. So just in case they do, there's the backup channel, Frontline Black News 2. I can't stress this enough. Sub up to it. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parasika A. Chan Kruma. The link to that is in the description. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for Denver and Aurora and the local events. Salute, Damien. I appreciate you tapping in. Then we got Lady Chase, backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on that channel. I think she needs about 6 more subscribers, and she should be able to go live on that channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, which she did earlier today, so make sure y'all check that out. And the link to that is also in the description. Then we got Shabaka's channel. Subscribe to that, Geneb1, so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Then we got our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area, Fairfield, San Francisco to be exact. And that is our brother, Jay Militant, who has a channel as well. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother out the Mile High Income, out the Bell side, Cool Keezy 5100. Make sure y'all sub to his channel too. He's also a dope hip hop rap artist out here out of Denver. So check him out. He's heavy. And then he has the FBA report as well that he does on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. So check him out. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, who was live earlier. I tapped in with him briefly in between city council meetings. But Salute to him. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He should be joining us as well sometime tonight. We will see. And he just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, Jordan Downs to be exact. And he is now in Houston, Texas. And our brother just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. So salute to the Church of Black Power. Then we got our brother Troy and Rain Reloaded, who I made a habit of chopping it up with at least on a weekly basis. He also put Lisa Cabrera on as well. Subscribe to his channel, Troy and Rain Reloaded. He's about at 77,000 subscribers. And last but certainly not least, we got Black Truth United. Our brother, he's been surpassed 1,000 subscribers, but he's been on hiatus as of late. But he does have content, and he did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is the modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And I did play the ad for that, so make sure y'all check that out. And the link to that is in the description. And yours truly is in it as well for my political work. So make sure y'all check out the Rolodex. The link to do that is in the description. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus, long overdue, and create a foundational Black American caucus. The link to that petition is also in the description. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action in New York. We need to get that Freedmansboro. We need to get them letters and emails in so they can do it the right way, unlike California did it and vetoed it at the last end. But we got to make sure that lineage-based policy is in there for foundational Black Americans, freedmen, to get their reparations in New York State. So to support that, the link is also in the description, or links rather are in the description. Either one of the links will lead you to the same place. Then we got Lady Che's GoFundMe. Make sure y'all sub to that so Lady Che can gets the support she needs. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got the 103-year-old elder who's on the verge of losing her home in South Central Los Angeles. We have her GoFundMe as well. And you didn't miss nothing, Keezy. I'm just going through the intro. So yeah, you ain't missed nothing. You came right at the right time. I just shouted you out too. So hopefully you get more subscribers. Then we got Support Me, who's on the ballot, as you can see from the background. For House of Representatives for the state of Colorado, House District 8, which has been a historically Black district up until the last 2 years when they allowed a whole OTB to get in that spot. But I'm about to take that spot from that broad. She don't even know it. She don't even see it coming. The swoop win is going to be so great, y'all. Because usually with these kind of campaigns, you got to start those like a year early. So I done jumped in the last like quarter of the election, so they not ready for that. But the website is in the description, and we're gonna make it happen. And then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95 and came up with the compensatory code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy, a textbook workbook for thought, speech, and action for victims of racism and white supremacy. This is the 1984 edition. I also have the 2016 edition. And I have the word guide. We stay codified all the time. ProduceJustice.com. Black family, make sure y'all replace this global, wicked, evil system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated, and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And also, when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Nellie Fuller Jr. ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, our master teacher, a warrior scholar who kicked open the door for Black psychology. And the link to the ISIS papers, the colors to the code are in the description. And right when I said that, Lady Che has entered the building. Greetings, Lady Che.
Hey. So
I just finished the intro. So you came in at a good time.
Yay me.
That was a long meeting. They had 48 people sign up to speak, and they passed it too. We talking
So what does
about,
that mean?
That means the bid got 10 more years.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
That's what that means. They even brought out Albus Brooks.
Cow dog. Oh.
Yeah, we almost got 500. Let's make the 500 tonight, Kahari. Come on, 500 tonight.
Oh yeah, they're right about that. We're definitely gonna need books. What's up? Who's on here? Fresh?
We got Fresh in the building. We got some chick named Star in the building. We got Keezy in the building. We got Cow Dog in the building. And we got Damien, other Damien Uptight 24 in the building.
Okay. Everybody got a goddamn wrench on.
Well, I know all these people. Of course they're gonna have a wrench. But yeah.
Bet. All right, well, come on. I guess I'm here now.
Yeah, when the grid shut down, Kahari, what are people gonna do?
Yes. What's up, Fresh? And some chick named Star. How you doing? How you doing, sister? Keezy, how you doing? Okay, I said hi to everybody. And Kari. Okay. Yeah, Jesse's just racking up subs.
Yeah, we've been
Anything good and prolific. Any book will do. Yeah, after Jesse gets done building up his shit, then I'll work on a little on my stuff.
Oh, you're growing too. She's almost at 80 subscribers.
Oh, jeez.
Lady Chase channel.
That's a lot.
The agenda.
That's a lot for me.
All right, so it's election season, and we done told the Democrats and the Republicans where they can get if they can get our vote or not, how to get our vote rather, and they've been like completely ignoring it, and now they're making it known that they're like really against it, and that is the Black Caucus member says that the CBC's job is to help all people, not just Black. So why do y'all exist? You're supposed to be the Black Caucus, meaning you're supposed to do the interests of what's in the best interest of Black people in this country, and y'all do for any and everybody but Black people. So why should you exist? So the petition link to replace them with a foundational Black American caucus is in the description. What are the books? Oh man, there's so many. You can start with this one right here.
That's all I talk about is data centers.
That's one of the books you can start with.
Get on that. The compensatory code book. That's the leader. Okay, what's the leader? The code is the leader. That's the leader. If you don't know, then you don't know.
Right. All right. So yeah, and there's
all I talk about, Kyle Dog, is fucking damn data centers, and they're sucking up all the water Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Sister Demetria K gonna give us an update on the
The Black Democrats aren't even hiding the agenda of use Black people to vote for us, but help everybody else. Now, next, you're going to hear from Representative Sidney Comlager Dove from California. She's been there since 2023 as a House of Representative member, but she went on to Politics Nation with Al Sharpton and said this.
As Representative Fields said, this is a devastating blow to Black voters, to minority voters. That is why the Congressional Black Caucus is going to be making its way down to Louisiana to remind voters that they have an obligation to fight and that we are going to meet this moment in the courts as well as in the streets. You know, Clarence Thomas hopefully should find a piece of his Black self and come on down to Louisiana with us. But it is important to note that many of us that are African Americans in Congress do not represent minority seats. We are doing the work of all of the people, Republicans, Democrats, Black folks, white folks, Asian folks, brown folks. And when we do our jobs, we are fighting for everyone and that the tide rises for all of the boats. And so we still have an obligation to remind folks that, yes, you have your power is in your vote. And if you level the playing field, if you allow it to be equal, then let all of the candidates run and leave it to the voters to decide who is going to represent them the best. That's what I have had to do in all of my time in elected office. I've been honored to represent districts that are incredibly diverse, but I am serving all of the people, not just Black people.
Now, I want to repeat to you what she said because she actually tweeted it. She goes, most members of Congress, like me, are not from majority Black districts. At the Black Caucus works for all Americans to ensure a rising tide lifts all boats. While we fight back against SCOTUS's ruling that dilutes Black voting power, we'll keep representing the people, okay? Now, you heard her say, the member of the Congressional Black Caucus, she tweeted, or added rather, the Congressional Black Caucus, and she said that we are working for all the people, and you heard her say it, okay? She said not just Black people at the end, and who did that sound like? Listen to this.
Any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
Yes, that was Kamala, who's also from California, says, I'm not going to do something that just benefits Black people. No, right? So that's why I said that this agenda is being spoken out loud and proud, right? Like, yes, we'll use Black votes, but we're going to help everybody. But I always ask this, what does the Hispanic Caucus's mission say? They don't say marginalized people and all other people. They say Hispanics, okay? The Asians as well, even the Caribbeans, okay? They all have caucuses. They don't say all others, right? Or even Black people. It's the Black Caucus. That's Black folks or African Americans and other marginalized groups of people. So again, there she is with Al Sharpton just speaking it all out loud. Yeah, we'll lead off with Blacks, but of course we're going to help all people. My thing is, how do y'all have time to help all people when Black folks here in America that send y'all to office have so many needs and issues that have not been dealt with? How is that you find the time, ma'am? And I see you a lot there in Congress and you real spicy, right? You kind of like Jasmine Crockett diet, right? Jasmine Crockett light, where you mean, right? You kind of like the amen section where people are talking and things like that. But there you are saying, I'm not just gonna help Black people. Then why you keep talking about the Congressional Black Caucus, ma'am? Why you keep talking about Black people?
Right.
Because again, I don't hear the Hispanics talking like that. The Asians or nobody else. I always see you so-called Black folks representing Black people, and I say that lightly. I always see y'all run around talking about everybody else's issues. But then when this United States Supreme Court decision came down about, you can't use race in a sense to rope off districts. Now y'all back to talking about Blacks. But y'all talk about us from a victimhood standpoint. Are we gonna keep fighting? So y'all all gonna go to Louisiana, and do what, ma'am? What are y'all gonna do there besides rebel rouse and scream and holler? What are you gonna do? You're not going to do anything. You're just going there for show. You're going to take all your cameras and get in front of all these microphones, and you're going to say the same things you always say. We're going to overcome. We're going to continue to fight. Nobody believes you, ma'am. Nobody believes you're going to do a doggone thing for Black folks, because you're not. Okay. You're going to act like you are, but then you're going to do the real agenda, and that's help everybody else, because we know, especially when Trump came into office, yes, y'all picked up illegal immigration as if it was near and dear to your heart. And again, y'all, Auntie Maxine and back alleys chasing her behind ICE. And, Karen Bass, who was the mayor there in Los Angeles, she's chasing ICE out of parks and giving illegal immigrants Angelino cards. And you got Assemblyman Isaac Bryan, he's marching the streets, for illegal immigration while practicing benign neglect of Black folks there in Los Angeles, California. So you're going to go to Louisiana and do what? No. You're going to help those Black folks? Or you just going to say, hey, listen to us bloviate even more than we do on a normal basis? I'm just asking. So yeah, y'all pay attention to when they speak. She told y'all, I'm not making this up, that I'm not going to just help Black people. I'm not helping just Black people. She says all. Okay, these aren't my words. Those are hers. So you can rewind this back and listen to it again if you didn't hear it the first time, but said the same thing Kamala said. And it's not only something they're saying, it's stuff that they're doing. They're helping all but Black folks. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel.
Thank you, Sister Demetria K. And please subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on what Sister Demetria K just laid out for us about the Congressional Black Caucus, or the Coon Tether Caucus, telling us
they're all acting out.
To help us.
They're all acting out. In reality, they're really just doing it for their own position. They're doing it for their own seats. Like, I just watched Alabama act out. I was like, damn, okay, so it's Alabama, Tennessee. Like, y'all don't know what decorum is? I mean, and what is this gonna solve? Like, you doing it in the fucking state house. Can't you be punished, censured, kicked out your seat? I mean, all this is for everybody who's going into re-election to hold down their fucking seat. They don't give a goddamn about any of the fucking constituents that they represent. The Congressional Black Caucus is it's a shit show. It don't matter what the fuck they do. They don't give a damn. They only care about themselves and their seat and their position with cronyism and who they answer to, who pays their fucking what dark money they accept to continue to go. These motherfuckers have been in these seats for years, and they have refused to do anything for the fucking constituents in their area. They refuse to do anything. That's why we never hear anything getting done for Black people anywhere in fucking America, right? Because they're just pretty faces in high Black places, right? Don't give a good goddamn about any of us, dude. They don't care. And they're trying to push us to go vote, save civil rights. Whose civil rights are we saving?
And y'all wouldn't have no civil rights if it wasn't for us.
You really think that the leaders who ran that civil rights shit back in the day would really approve this fucking buffoonery?
Hell no.
No, you see Malcolm X or Martin Luther King say, "I don't support this." I could see him say, "They're not with me. They're not with me." These fools are ridiculous. Around. Look, you got big old women standing on desks and shit in dresses, hollering and shit. You got motherfucking brides being carried out singing "We Shall Overcome." And I'm like, what in the fuck are you thinking? What are you overcoming other than your stupidity? This is dumb. And that you're gaslighting us. You're fucking telling us that it's this, but it really is that. You don't really give a damn. If you gave a damn, you'd have put through protections, a fucking crime bill, anything, clean water bill, fucking reparations, the Black agenda according to what we know it as. Any fucking thing instead of telling us we're shit and we need to get our booties to the fucking poll and vote Democrat because that's just the thing to do. When they haven't been offering tangibles in what, 60, 80 million years? They're not going to offer. Do you think they know what tangibles are? Their tangibles are vote for me so I can sit in my fat, lazy ass in this motherfucking seat like I've been doing for the last fucking 30 years. That's what the fuck tangibles they're talking about. They're not talking about feeding anybody. They're not talking about housing anybody. They're not talking about taking care of the black people. They're just worried about getting pushed out of their fucking seat finally. Okay? And so all this redlining and gerrymandering, in my opinion, is cheating. Okay, gerrymandering and redlining, that's cheating, as it shows that they didn't have the balls to fight for the seat or compete for the seat. However, I'm not fucking upset to see some of these fucking wenches and motherfucking buffoons leave. Like, you're doing the most in the state house. Like, and no, there's really like kind of semi-punishment, but they're not really punishment. But when you have fucking women, they're singing, clapping, and fucking in their church clothes in fucking session, standing on fucking desks, talking about we shall overcome and shit, like loud as hell. Are you serious? Like, this is who is the youth supposed to look up to? Because this is ridiculous. Then you got the motherfucker Justin Peterson or whatever his fucking name is, with the afro, right? He's over there holding church fucking day in the session, right? But not only was he holding church, right? Not only is he church. Everything I look at, like I'm scrolling on the reels and shit, just scrolling down my reels, I see fucking every other reel. This motherfucker's running for office and try to talk us into, voting for us or whatever. I never vote for that motherfucker. Why? Not that I wasn't impressed with the motherfucker power fist and the fucking boy and shit. Like, move out the motherfucker. Of course, I'm always excited by that shit. That speaks to my little black nationalism in my heart. However, he's a fraud. He's a fucking fraud. And the other one, the one looks like fucking an indigenous Indian, that motherfucker burning a symbolic fucking paper flag of the Confederate flag. That was symbolic. That was a symbolic gesture as he lit it on fire. What the fuck? What kind of impression was he really leaving? It wasn't a real flag. And the other motherfucking white fat dude is running around with the I Love Trump flag. He said like he supported Trump with this big ass flag, covering his whole big wide back. But Jesus Christ. The other ones over there with the long hair is burning a fucking paper Confederate flag right there in front of the troopers, right? It's symbolic. It means nothing. Now, if he would have went and ripped it out from some fucking white man's house and lit it on fire right there, I might have been impressed. He puts it out and just walks off. In front of the troopers, nobody did anything. That's when you know it's straight up fake. Yeah. And it is probably staged. Because they would have gripped his ass up for lighting a fire inside the building. Right in front of everybody. He lit a fire right in front of the troopers. The other one putting his hands on the troopers. Like, come on now. And then the bitches got to be like lifted up and spurred out.
He said, boy, if you don't back out, boy, what's wrong with you, boy?
And for all his buffoonery, his brother gets arrested. He doesn't get arrested. His brother got arrested. He was innocent. He wasn't doing shit wrong. They're trying to get out the fucking building. He's the one that gets arrested because his brother's a fucking buffoon. Some young motherfucker, cuz give it up. You're never gonna be a reverend. Never gonna be a reverend. And the Holy Spirit don't take it all into you where you're running around fucking aimlessly in your own fucking congregation. Because come on now, I didn't see the Holy Spirit take hold. And there's nothing like that. Where the fuck was he running off to? And back and forth, and back and forth. Like, come on, man. He's like a Jasmine Crockett, just in a man body or a little boy body, a little bird chest. It was political theater. It was like grandstanding, but they want us to get involved. This is like a ploy. Your civil rights are affected. I mean, come on now. Our leaders, blah, 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 blah. Okay, because whatever you're talking about, we can still go vote. And we weren't being represented anyway. So it's not like, we're going to miss anything. We weren't really being represented. The Congressional Black Caucus doesn't represent us. It only takes care of themselves and, basically submits to the devil. You know what I mean? Toots it up for the devil. That's all he's doing. That's all they ever answer to. They don't answer to us. They say they answer to us, But when you try to hold them accountable, they call us stupid. They say we don't know what we're talking about. Every time we say hold your vote, they say that that's wrong. Every time they say this, that we're wrong. We're just spreading misinformation and propaganda when in reality it's really them who's gaslighting and talking shit. What the fuck did we gain?
All
You know
right.
what I mean? That's right, political coonery. What the fuck are we gaining from any of this? Like, we ain't want shit. There's no benefit for us. The only benefit, like, when people do shit, they do shit to win, like, for a motive or some sort of benefit. They're doing it to retain their fucking spot. And who knows? If you retain your spot, you're still getting censured. You're gonna get punished some one way or the other. They're not gonna let that slide. This political theater. What do they think? They're gonna get away with it? White supremacy doesn't work like that. You might have got away with it for 2-3 days, maybe a week, but your ass is gonna be on the chopping block next week. What the fuck you mean?
And white supremacy takes both sides of the argument.
Mm-hmm. All the white people. What was the show with all the white people going and protesting with them? Like, is this like a dig at us because we don't know how to galvanize white people? Come on outside. This is civil rights. They didn't give a fuck. White people just show up wherever.
I just want to help. I just want to help. How can I help?
I couldn't buck dance if I wanted to. That dude's a straight coon, cuz. And he's a clown. Like, I never like he's like at some level somebody's gonna call that motherfucker's house. Be like, look, you gotta stop with the shenanigans, cuz. But like somebody's gotta call. Like, they don't anybody care about this man's look. Like, you look stupid. Stop it. And everybody's all amped up. Tennessee and fucking Alabama so far. Like, this is obviously coordinated.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Georgia gonna be next. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Same shit in
Go ahead.
Georgia.
I'm sorry,
Kay already alluded to it, but the Democrats have been exposed. It's about their seats, not FBAs. So, but the Water God TV gonna not Water God. Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
That means we shouldn't give the Democrats or anybody their vote. Like, they have nobody's earned tangible votes right now.
Nobody.
It's gonna take a few seats.
All right, we have T.S. Gerald in here. Let's hear some of these Democrat talking points. Let's hear what the Democrats have to say. All right, T.S. Gerald, hop on in.
Now, your $5 Montel Jordan, let's not.
Okay.
Because you're not the only one that can throw them jokes.
Yes, indeed. I understand that. And
okay,
just like you,
pig leg having ass nigga.
Just like you throw your dick and balls up in the streets to get money. But what's on your mind, TS? What's happening with you?
I don't have to throw nothing to get money. I have a career.
Right. It's called OnlyFans, and I don't knock anybody's hustle.
It's not. I have multiple degrees. Thank you, sir. And I have a higher level of education than you do.
No. Only degree you have is a 98-degree wig that's very hot underneath. But go ahead. Let's talk about some of these Democrat talk.
And my wig ain't no different than the wig that your wife put on that you used to buy with them Kickstarter donations. Now.
All right. Now go ahead. Now what?
Right. Okay. Right.
Now
you want to come for me? I'll come for you.
All right.
The last time I heard that.
Okay. So I think something's wrong with your audio.
Okay. People can hear me pretty good. Can y'all hear me, family?
Right. We can hear you.
It keeps going in and out. Anyway, I came up here to like really give you some lashings, Tariq, because you just wasted that time with that person before me when you knew that I was coming up here to absolutely run you down and what you've advocated for. And now we're in a position where Black Americans, where do the majority of Black Americans live, Tariq, in this country?
Where do the majority?
Yes.
Live all over.
What region of the country?
Primarily in southern states.
Exactly. The majority of Black Americans live in southern states. Well, with this radical right-wing Supreme Court, we're now not going to have any representation. See, you get to live in Los Angeles County in Democratic Safe Haven, California, Democratic Safe Haven, Los Angeles County. So the shit that you spew doesn't matter.
Oh.
But for the majority,
hell it don't.
for the majority,
hold on. Let me mute you for a second. Man, we got your fellow racist ass Hispanic Democrats out here who target us nonstop. These people do all types of janky shit to us out here in California. So let's get off that. We get done dirty out here in California by these damn Democrats. All right, but go ahead.
Same thing with Colorado.
So anyway,
go ahead. Okay, your wig is muffling the phone.
It's not. It was a double mute.
Got it.
The majority of Black Americans live in southern states. You know, I am born and raised in the great state of North Carolina. And with this, you know, absolutely obstruction of the Voting Rights Act, the majority of Black Americans are not going to have any representation in Congress.
Do we have it now?
We do.
What are they doing to represent?
There's over 20 plus members of Congress that are Black that are from the South, from southern states.
For the Black community in these
I'm afraid
areas.
I'll go home and I won't see any Black people.
They're serving the districts that they represent. You know, one of them being, of course, the Honorable Jasmine Crockett, the Honorable Alma Adams. She's not my representative because of where I live.
You know,
but she represents thousands of
these are some of
Black Americans.
Some of the poorest, most disenfranchised areas that we have this quote representation. You realize that?
So are those areas poor because of their representatives, or are they poor because of their Republican governors?
If you got representatives who are supposed to be Democrats,
because
the Republicans. Okay, there you go. Okay, thank you. Because I don't want to hear these Democrats shield talking points. Let's unpack this. Let's unpack this in a real damn way. All right, because they're not going to run this con game.
They be fucking making
because
them
that's
mad.
the new talking point from the Democrats. Oh, we ain't got representation now. The Republicans then redrew the district maps, and we ain't got representation no more. We didn't have it before. Jasmine Crockett them wasn't doing shit for the Black community.
Not a damn thing.
It was all for illegals and immigrants and all these other people. Let's be real. And y'all saw what they were doing down there in Tennessee when they were redistricting the maps down there, and they had all the Democrat shields out there yelling, hooping and hollering, screaming, doing photo ops. Y'all saw that. So I don't want to see all that, and y'all got a white supremacist running around there harassing Black people, and y'all ain't saying nothing about that, but y'all want to go hooting and hollering at the legislators and all that stuff.
Stupid.
All that stuff we saw in Tennessee, that's not about protecting us. They keep talking about Black people. Oh, Black people representation, Black people. No, it ain't about protecting us. It's about protecting their political damn paychecks. All right? These people are panicking because these new maps threaten their safe and guaranteed seats.
Yep.
All right? For years, these people treated these districts like their own personal little kingdoms where we're their little minions and subjects, and we're just supposed to vote no matter what for them. Now that the lines are shifting right now, their positions are in jeopardy. So now it's an emergency. So they're not acting a fool for us. They're acting a fool for their damn jobs. You understand? Look at the cultural conditions of these voting districts that they keep talking about. They've been controlled by the same politicians for decades, but they're some of the most impoverished, under-resourced, economically stagnant areas in the nation. All right?
And that's why they couldn't keep their
Tennessee,
position.
they have some of
Hold on, Cal Dog. You done up and done it now. I got family in Tennessee. Tennessee is something else. Tennessee got some riders and they got some weirdos. But it mainly got some riders, especially in Memphis. They don't play. Like, them little antics that's going on, that would not fly in Memphis.
They need to be voted out.
Yeah.
So that this is one of those positive things. Either way, what he's saying is true. They had all this time to do something.
the highest rates of Black disenfranchisement in the country. So where was this level of protest when the community was begging for economic repair? We're begging for restorative justice. You didn't do nothing. Y'all kept telling us, yeah, we're going to give the resources to illegals. Now when the block is hot, y'all talking about, oh, black folks, black folks, black folks. Black folks need to do something.
Let me know when he pull up in Orange Mound, Binghampton, or Bell Street with that shit. He would get murked. Yeah, he go to certain areas where he know he's safe. He ain't going to no Orange Mound. Let me know when he pull up in Orange Mound though with that dumb shit.
Black folks need to help us out. That's why black people are looking at you like, okay, ain't nothing happening to us now that wasn't happening before.
But yeah, definitely in Tennessee.
So yeah, what they're trying to do, they're trying to galvanize the vote with us. Their seats are threatened, so now they want to start invoking the trauma of civil rights and all that, shouting Jim Crow and, oh, this is the new Jim Crow. And you got Roland and them people out here. See, the Voting Rights Act, we can't vote. We're going to be picking cotton next week. We're going to be on the plantation. We're going to get whipped and beaten. Okay, the sky is falling now. No, your job is falling.
Exactly.
All right? All of this manipulation, they want us to circle the wagons and vote for them out of fear so they can keep their jobs without delivering a damn thing. They still ain't talking about delivering nothing. So they want to get into these performative theatrics to mask the lack of tangibles. You know, standing on desks, blowing horns and all this nonsense. No, that's not fixing what's going on in the community. They should have been doing something for the community.
Right.
We need deliverables, not just districts. Right. Deliver something. The real objective is for them to maintain the status quo and to get something for nothing. They want our unconditional votes based purely on the threat of the other side. Just like when T.S. Joe Levert was talking about, yeah, the Republicans made those places poor. Y'all not gonna just keep pointing to the damn Republicans every 5 minutes when your lack of action is right here in our faces. No, you're not gonna keep using our voting power as a bargaining chip for your own elite status. So it shouldn't matter whether lines are drawn. If politicians inside those lines refuse to do anything for us, damn you.
Right.
Damn that.
And time to answer your question, when I heard that, I said, well, FBA is the ones that made it great, if it was ever great at all. Make America great again. Make America pay reparations again.
Want to talk to me, family? Talk to me.
It's been about 40 years since they issued out a reparations check. Oh, no, actually, it was sooner than that. They did it to the small hats under old Sambo. And Bernie Sanders said our reparations wasn't feasible, but his people get a check every year.
All right, y'all hop on and talk to me. Let's get Ether. Let's get Ether in here.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all raise your hand. Let me talk to you. Raise your hand if y'all want to get up. Let me see who we got. What's up, fam?
What's up, bro?
How you living, brother?
I'm all right, man. I'm trying to get how I live, dog. Hey, appreciate you. And I'm glad I was able to catch you live, man.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, man. Definitely, this is a perfect time for us to start pushing for anti-Black hate crime law.
Yes.
We need to let these Democrats know that all of this stuff that's happening, the redrawing of the district lines, they care more about the Voters' Right Act decision than they do about Black people being called N-word in the streets all the time, and people making a living off of anti-Black racism. And we really need to push the line and let them know that their priorities are out of order, and we're not doing anything for them until they address our specific interests.
Yes.
And the second thing is whenever these white people, they talk about how they built America and everything like that. They need to. Well, one thing that I like to do, I ask them what's their ethnicity and what country they came from. I literally had a guy from Poland telling me that his people built America because he claims white, and we had to give him a friendly reminder is that Polish people didn't build anything. Okay, so these people, the Europeans, most of them who were here during that time were running around stealing inventions, laying on their butt, drinking beer, and cracking whips on people.
Yeah.
Just because you write something down on a piece of paper, but you're too weak to enforce those laws or whatever, that doesn't mean you built the country. And so a lot, like you pointed out, most of these people are immigrants when they come over here, and they just want to claim, the lies, the false contributions of white people when they come over here. And we just got to keep letting people know that, no, we are the builders here. Y'all didn't do anything. And you're talking to the foundation here. And I'll lay it right there, Flex. I appreciate you.
So much. Very good information, my brother. Let's get let's get Don Snow.
Don Snow.
Hey, what's going on? Good evening. Good evening.
How you doing, Don?
I'm doing good. Listen, I don't know who Chud the builder is, but Chud the bottom. I think that people got to understand something about this. This dude is not just going around antagonizing Black Americans. He's being allowed to do this.
Yeah.
I saw a couple of posts where people were calling out the mayor and people that have the power to step in and stop this dude because he's not practicing freedom of speech. We see these racist white people hide behind that lie, but the truth of the matter is they're exploiting freedom of speech to be able to disrespect Black Americans. And either one or two things is going to happen. Either one of our people is going to deal with him and they're going to try to make him a martyr, similar to how they tried and failed to do with Charlie Kirk, or I think one of his own people is going to end up dealing with him. I saw a video today where this other white boy, even though he was using the N-word, I don't respect that at all. He snatched his hat and had him out there looking crazy. So it could go a couple of different ways, but just know that this dude is being allowed to do what he's doing, and he's picking and choosing his targets.
Yes. So much, brother. Let's Goldie in the building. Goldie.
How you doing, Tariq, man? How you doing?
I'm good, Goldie. How are you?
Good, man. Did you see AOC, what she said about Black Americans creating democracy in this country?
What'd she say? Aren't you the same damn wide bussy troll who called earlier? Get out of here, dude. You're the same punk. Get out of here. All right. You're the same dude. All right. John Doe. Hop on, John Doe.
Yo, Tariq.
What's up, John Doe?
Or, my bad, Marcus.
Okay.
Lip smacking pimp, bro. What's up?
Right. I've been pimping your ugly fat mama. So how's she doing?
Whatever, bro. Listen, I just want to know, why did you block me on Twitter, bro, when I brought up the receipt of you and your dad with the Jews? Why'd you block me?
Okay. Yeah, because it's just random trolling. What does that mean? What does my dad and Jews have to do with anything?
Because you never called them out, bro. Why is that?
Am I calling him out? I don't even know anything about that.
You do know about it, bro. It's a receipt, bro.
What does it mean?
Bro. You're a fraud, bro.
Okay, that makes no sense, sir. You're projecting because you are a low-life tether, right?
God, bro. But anyway, I just want to know, why do you make people FBA when they aren't, like Nipsey?
This delineation whooping your ass. Let's get to because all that trolling and throwing crap on the wall, you're just throwing crap like a monkey in a cage. So let's get to the bottom line. Why delineation whooping your ass?
Bro, FBAs don't own anything in America.
But you don't, sir. You're a fleeing tether.
I didn't flee. I was born here, bro.
But you're an anchor baby, sir.
Oh, God, bro.
You're an anchor baby. Okay, don't leave. He left. All right, don't get mad. I don't care about your trolling.
That was wrong.
Yeah, y'all don't have a response.
That's Spanish.
Yeah, get down to the nitty gritty. All that old trollish shit, that lying and trolling, which is what you tethers do. That further makes us damn delineate. Do y'all trolls and tethers understand that?
Right.
Y'all coming around us lying all the damn time and just throwing crap on the wall, that's a part of the delineation movement. You think people don't see that and want to get away from you lying, scamming, fleeing tether trolls?
Right.
You are the poster child for delineation, sir. You don't really have an argument.
Well,
y'all come around us and just start slinging crap like monkeys. That's what monkeys do. The monkeys get stuck in a cage, they get frustrated and dig in their ass and start slinging crap at the window.
Yep.
Out of frustration, and that's what you tethers do.
Mm-hmm.
You're just saying shit that don't mean nothing, and then go from one failed topic to the next out of frustration. This delineation has whooped ass.
Yeah, it has to.
A lot of these tethers hate the fact that they cannot cosplay as us no more. Let's get to the nitty gritty. That's the bottom line. Just ignore all the dookie throwing that they do. All of that is the smoke screen for the fact that they can't cosplay as us no more. Now your actions, you're going to have to be accountable for them. You can't come among us doing janky shit and then we have to absorb the negativity.
Right.
When you do something janky as a tether, you're going to have to own that. That means you're going to have to do better.
It was a tether game.
The days are gone of you guys doing little slick, dirty shit, and then it falls on us as black people, just like up in New York. Y'all remember recently, this fool out there at a park in Queens, unalive.
Speaking of fools like that, they just moved in aboard Lady Chase. I seen a little tether gang at the Mikado the other day. It was like 3 of them, and they was like moving around like there was a gang. And one of them was like straight up African from like Congo or something. The other one, he was like from Ghana, and the other one was from like Dominican Republic. I thought that shit was hilarious. Yeah, and they was jamming on some Afro beats. I was like, what the hell? They didn't say nothing to me. I was just looking on like, what the fuck? One of them tried to speak to me one day at the bus stop. He was like, what's up, nigga? You know, he was like, no, he was like, what's up, gangster? I said, not a damn thing. The Flynn Duster gang. Yep, that's what they were, Kookeezy. The Freer Duster gang. Yep, that's the greetings from the Sin City. Shabaka's in the chat. He should be getting in here shortly. Bushmeat bangers. Yeah. They look like bushmeat bangers, exactly. I took a picture of that shit. That shit was too funny. I'm like, look at these old cosplaying ass motherfuckers. One of them looked like he was like a prince or something in fucking Ghana or something. I'm like, what the hell is this nigga wearing? He had some shit back in the 90s. I'm like, what the hell? Y'all still dressing like we did in the 90s and 2000s?
I have this kid in broad daylight, pew-pewed him in broad daylight, and they were looking for him, and then they tried, all the negative stigma was on the black community. We heard all these think pieces about how the black community ain't shit. The black community gotta do better. Oh, look at this, the black community, the black community. The fool who did it was a damn tether who fled to damn Jamaica. They brought him back though.
Yeah, they got his.
Yeah, he was a damn Jamaican tether.
Go back to my.
While we get the negative stigma, he's over there sitting up in damn Jamaica.
Yeah,
we're not doing that. That's what they don't like. Now you're going to be accountable for all the little janky stuff you do. Y'all come over here and do shit to us.
Yeah,
that's the little trick bag. They do shit to us, and then we have to bear the stigma of the shit they do to us.
Yeah,
just like this Ugandan accountant, and I talked about this the other day. Scammed our good brother Nick Cannon out of over $2 million and then fled to damn Uganda.
Yep.
You see?
Touch on that later.
Yeah, we're delineating. We don't want none of that stuff being heaped on us.
Exactly.
Brother Afro Elite, hop on, sir.
Shout out to Afro.
Flex, brother, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm glad you're talking about this. I was actually talking about this earlier today on TikTok. One of the points that I think a lot of people need to remember is that when the Stop Asian Hate thing was going on, it was really the left media that started targeting Black people.
Yes.
It was ABC put those people on who's all like, it's the Black community that's doing it, and Black people are mad because of COVID, and they're just attacking us. And they didn't push back against it. They promoted that narrative and that propaganda.
Yes, they did.
Now, people talk about like Fox News and the right and all that stuff. But really, when it comes to anti-Black stereotypes, they'll give a platform to it, and then they'll be acting obtuse, like, wow, really? Black people? I'm so surprised. But that narrative started with the left. It started with ABC. And the same ABC is not saying anything about this guy, Chud.
Right.
Neither is so they're giving them that
It's the same ABC that told us that Kamala was winning and that Kamala had it in the bag and she was up in the polls. That's the same ABC. I remember that shit. Yeah.
That white privilege. They're protecting them. So we have to understand there's no difference between both the sides of the media.
Absolutely. Real talk, my man. Thank you so much, Afro. That's good. Y'all need to follow our brother Afro Elite on YouTube.
We'll work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Rule work for you. Nothing else would do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. I got that rule work for you. Nothing else would do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. Confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your ass from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you leaning in like you been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you right here vibing in my time.
All right, Lady Shay, what are your thoughts? Or did you already say everything you wanted to say on that?
I say everything I wanted to say. Because it was
Okay, well, Democrats, you're going to have to pull
the same thing. And he said the same thing, so you know what I mean?
Yeah. There's no way on God's green earth that I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris with Megan Thee Stallion as a representative of the party. I know that's right, Tom. Yeah, I'm going for that. Yeah. They try to shame us for not voting for her, and it's like, you know, we already know her history. We was already tapped in with what's happening in California back when she was running things over there. So we already knew what she was all about. We was trying to warn everybody else, but they try to make us sound like we was the bad people. They're still trying to do that. We got Sister Val in the building. Salute, Sister.
Welcome.
And we just got them going in on these Democrats. Fear among us to get our booties to the polls, but it's not about us, it's about their seats. They're scared they're about to lose their seats in the Congressional Black Caucus or Congressional Tether Caucus. So you didn't miss much. I have a great question. Why can't Kamala grab Paula Washington? Do you know who Paula Washington is? No. It does Denzel Washington's wife. We got to start have been upstanding women on platforms. Oh, we got sisters that got platforms.
They're super affectionate this weekend. They're all over me.
Right. That's who you can write them in. Because ain't none of them Democrats that's running for governor going to do anything. None of those Repubs that's running for governor are going to do anything to help Black people in California. So you'd be better off writing in Snoopy, Charlie Brown, Franklin, or better yet, Amaru. Hey, Shabaki, why didn't you hit the link, Shabaki? Why are you You got the link, Shabaki. All right, so I'll move us along to the next topic, and that is when Black Chicago voted for the couch in 1971. Shabaki will remember this. My mom was just being born, so I don't know nothing about 1971 except what I've been told by my elders. Professor Black Truth's going to give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. This morning's briefing is going to be a bit of a history lesson, but as Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, all history is a current event. Chicago is a great case study in political machine politics, and it's no coincidence that a disproportionate number of the old political machines were run and set up by Democrats, and neither their goals nor their tactics ever changed. In 1970, Chicago's population was 32% Black. That's at least 1/3 of the city's population. The mayor of Chicago in the early 1970s was the legendary, I put legendary in quotes, Richard J. Daley. He was basically the last of the old political machine bosses, but he certainly made sure that for all the changes that came to Chicago, how Black people were treated didn't change at all. And yet the white media just loved sniffing Richard J. Daley's stinking drawers. Chicago elections are not timed to go with normal election cycles in the rest of the country. Theirs happened to be during odd-numbered years. In 1971, Richard J. Daley was up for re-election for about the umpteenth time. He'd been in office since Moses was in diapers. But in 1971, Black Chicagoans, at least some of them, were tired of being ignored, and they responded to Richard J. Daley's racial political hostility by staying home that year, or in some cases, even voting Republican. Now, you know I'm not in favor of voting for either political party unless the candidate says what they're going to do for us, what we're going to get. So I can't co-sign people who voted for that Richard Friedman guy in 71 unless he told Black Chicagoans what they were going to get from him. If he did do that, then okay, then it's fine. In the New York Times post-mortem about the mayor's race, they pointed out that Mr. Friedman, the independent Democrat who was running as a Republican, had been blasting Richard J. Daley for prioritizing the interest of big business and for ignoring the below-standard school and public health systems in Chicago and bringing about a virtual halt to low-cost public housing construction. So this was how a Republican, quote-unquote, was talking about the 1971 mayor's race. I take it that he was basically running on a platform of put more money into the schools, into the public health system, and to put more money into low-cost housing. Now, you would think that in a Democrat stronghold like Chicago, it ought to go without saying that, of course, they're going to be putting money into the schools and public health system. But for those of you, especially who live in Chicago, I'm sure you probably noticed that they have actually changed their policy regarding schools in Chicago. They've been shutting them down. And as far as low-cost housing goes, they've gone from a virtual halt to a complete halt. They don't do those things at all. This in a Democrat stronghold. But of course, this is 55 years ago, and I guess that's the reason why the New York Times, when they reported on this, they decided to besmirch Friedman's campaign, saying that he was backed by a sketchy Republican organization and supported by a vague coalition of independent Democrats and Black community leaders. This is what the New York Times was saying about Black voter discontent in 1971. I'm not saying that Friedman being a Republican is a good thing. It doesn't matter what his political party was. But it does matter that this is how the New York Times was reporting on Black people deciding that if the venerable Richard J. Daley, his honor the boss, wasn't going to do anything for Black voters, well, hell, look around for somebody who is saying what they're going to do. At least somebody whose rhetoric actually speaks to what they're interested in. Of course, today there's no Republicans talking about putting money into schools. They're still sitting here pushing the same old private school voucher fraud, which is nothing more than a grab bag for people who want to get into the quote-unquote business of education. That's all they're concerned about. Take whatever things that the government's putting money into in the public sector and demand that they be made private sector so that you can hand it over to some of your corporate crook friends. And as far as public health goes, Republicans don't care about that at all. And as for low-cost public housing, Republicans have proven they can't even come up with affordable private housing. But the problem is, neither can the Democrats, and they're supposed to be the ones who this is their bread and butter, or at least that's what they would like you to believe. But isn't it interesting how a candidate talks when they find that they need to get some Black support? Isn't it interesting how their rhetoric changes, even if they claim to be a quote-unquote Republican? You know, I think there's a lesson in that. Black voters in Chicago in '71 didn't change what their interests were. They didn't change what their goals and priorities were. The candidates, seeing that this was the only way that they could get their foot in the door, they had to change the things that they claimed to be for. I don't believe in party loyalty. It's not the voters' job to be loyal to a political party. It's the party's job to prove themselves to the voters. Oh, and before I forget, the New York Times piece about the '71 Chicago mayor's race said that Jesse Jackson, yes, Messy Jesse himself, endorsed Friedman, the Democrat who was running as an independent, running as a Republican. But something that I hope is remembered is that even 55 years ago, Black voters who decided to vote for the couch isn't new at all. It's been going on for decades. Okay, the shills, plants, and ops will say, but what effect did that have? After all, it was only a few Black folks who stayed home, and Richard J. Daley won re-election by landslides anyways. So Richard Daley didn't care. He didn't even notice. Actually, he did notice, and so did the New York Times in 1971. Mayor Daley did win re-election, but it was by a smaller margin than he had gotten just 4 years previously. And the Times reported that his drop in support came from several Black wards in the city. If it was so insignificant, then why did the New York Times report on it? And if it was so insignificant, why did Mayor Daley feel that he had to do something about it? He reacted to this fracturing Black support by doing what both political parties have always done, a PR move where he trots out some smiling, stupid Black mascot for the cameras. In this case, the smiling Black face that he trotted out was a guy named Joseph Bertrand, a former basketball player at Notre Dame. There were only 2 of them at the time, and later president of the Negro Bank, to be Daley's handpicked candidate for city treasurer. And this was the very first time that the Democrats in Chicago ever put up a Black candidate for a major city office. They didn't get around to it until 1971. Bertrand won because in Chicago, like in California, it's a machine, and candidates are not elected, they're selected. Now, for any of the family out there in Chicago, I wonder if any of you can tell me anything that this Joseph Bertrand character ever did for Black Chicagoans. I'm willing to bet that the list is going to be pretty small. But I want you to notice something. Even with just a tiny drop in Black political support, Richard Daley felt like he had to do something. Sure, it was an empty PR move, but it just goes to show. He figured, well, if I do something flashy for the cameras, Black folks, they'll go along with it. They just need to, see one of their own being quote unquote elevated. He set a phony political precedent by setting up a photo op with a handpicked puppet. And of course, we all know that this is standard operating procedure for both political parties. From the presidency of Barack Obama to various cabinet members to this or that mayor to Ketanji Brown on the Supreme Court, this is both political parties' go-to ploy when trying to get Black people back on that treadmill to nowhere. The old Black faces in high places. Black faces in high places not doing anything for Black people. And this is, of course, history repeating itself. The Democrats' national Black support has been eroding just like it did for Mayor Daley at the local level 55 years ago. So don't be surprised when the Democrats respond to this erosion of Black support by doing some sort of stupid, look, here's the latest Negro that we're going to be pushing in front of the cameras for you, so you can see one of your own. Get it? But there's also something else that needs to be mentioned about Mayor Richard J. Daley that makes him a relevant subject for this morning's briefing. Just a few years before his 1971 re-election, Mayor Daley had been outraged at the Chicago riots following the assassination of Dr. King. And how did the much ballyhooed Democratic Mayor Richard J. Daley respond to that? How did he respond to the pain and suffering of the Black community, the outrage at one of the icons being gunned down in cold blood? How did this Democratic mayor respond to that? He responded with his infamous shoot to kill order.
Said to him very emphatically and very definitely that an order be issued immediately under his signature to shoot to kill any arsonist or anyone with a Molotov cocktail in their hand in Chicago, to fire a building because they're potential murderers, and to issue a police order to shoot, demean, or cripple anyone looting any stores in our city. And above all, the crime of arson is to me the most hideous and worst crime of any, and should be dealt with in this fashion. I was disappointed to know that every policeman out on the beat was supposed to use his own decision. And this decision evidently was his. In my opinion, he should have had instructions to shoot arsonists and to shoot looters.
Now you heard what he said? Why he couldn't understand why it was that those good white cops were not actually gunning people down. Why was it that they were hesitating to open fire? Well, we don't want you guys thinking that we want you to hesitate to use violence. Isn't this the very thing that I told you that the police actually do, the true purpose that the thugs in blue serve under white supremacy? You need to make sure that these guys understand they are to carry out violence. They are to carry out killings to maintain white supremacy without hesitation. You can't have these guys hesitating. That's the reason why they're so outraged at the thugs in blue getting arrested, getting prosecuted, and getting convicted. Why? This is going to cause them to hesitate when it comes time to kill Black people. If you're going to have any system of institutionalized oppression in place, of a necessity, you absolutely require an enforcement mechanism. And the more rigid the system of oppression, the more important it is that you make sure that there is guaranteed violence behind it. Now, you've had white supremacists causing riots since the beginning of time. And
Shabaka, your devices aren't connected. So you connect your mic or your speaker, because I can't add you on the stage. Device is not connected, Shabaka. So you gotta connect your mic so I can add you on the stage.
Yet no politician has ever said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts to them. They don't sit there and make it very clear we want the police to be gunning down white folks in the streets. Charlottesville was a white supremacist riot, and the police did nothing about that. And nobody was saying, well, we've got to defend our nation's campuses, don't you know? Nobody was saying that. You had a riot at the Capitol, January 6, 2021. And yet when you had a Black Capitol Hill police officer who shot one of the rioters, well, you didn't have the white right saying, well, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Instead, they were saying, we want prosecutions. And you didn't have anybody who was saying, you know what? Why didn't the Capitol Hill police start gunning those creeps down? No, they knew better than that. You don't do that with white people. No politician of either political party would ever try to justify that. This is deliberate. And remember, Richard J. Daley was a Democrat. The point is, the fight that we're in is not new, and the tactics used aren't new either. I bring this up to remind you that when you withhold your vote, the enemy notices, but also to remind you that withholding your vote from a bad candidate, while an intelligent move, is also an incomplete one. When you vote for the couch, you're casting a ballot of no confidence in any of the candidates. And that being the case, it's glaring evidence that you need a better grade of candidates. And that doesn't mean waiting until the Democratic machine or the Republican machine sends someone. Every other group whose interests are not being met responds with talking to their neighbors where they are, getting on code, and then getting into the game. And no, it's not going to be a rocket ship to the stars. And no, it's not going to be an uninterrupted success story. There's going to be failures and failings along the way, mainly because of the fact we haven't done this before, not the way that we need to. But every journey starts somewhere, and the sooner you get started, the sooner you make progress. The goal should not be to affect the outcome of an election. The goal is to affect the outcome of policy. It's been said that elections are about who gets what, and that's true. So if the only thing you got out of an election is to see your horse win the race, then you didn't get anything at all. It's not about some self-interested politician getting into office. It's about you getting what you're supposed to get. Remember this little history lesson when the Democrats come to you telling you that they're different than the Republicans and that right-wing mayors and police chiefs were saying, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Well, they weren't the only ones. They're not going to educate you on these things because your ignorance helps keep you confused at best and complicit with your oppressors at worst. Remember the Chicago mayor's race of 1971? Remember how the Democrats just loved to laud and celebrate Richard J. Daley? Remember that white supremacy is watching us, and it looks to see if there's even a small amount of discontent because they know that most Black people don't really start to notice that they're being screwed until years later. There seems to be a huge lag time between when Black people are being done wrong and then when they finally have enough. So when they see those first Black people beginning to revolt, they recognize it's a problem. Understand the tricks and traps white power will try to use when it sees us turning our backs on a process that's offered us nothing and hasn't done anything for us. Don't let anyone try to get you excited about the Democrats putting Wes Moore's name on a ballot or selecting some other bootlick to be made prominent, like they did Stacey Abrams, as if this is some sort of proof that our concerns are being heard. It's not. Harold Washington became Chicago's first Black mayor, and he's also considered to be one of the best that the city ever had. But Democrats don't speak about him the way that they talk about the crusty scumbag Richard J. Daley. And no, it hasn't slipped my mind at all that the tether-in-chief Barack Obama was a product of Chicago machine politics. Barack, like Joseph Bertrand before him, was selected to become a U.S. senator because he would be subservient to a machine that ignored Black voters, which Obama did for his entire political career. And the same messy Jesse Jackson who refused to back Richard J. Daley in 1971 did an about-face and supported Obama not once but twice, 37 years later. Perhaps, at least where Democrats are concerned, they should change that old political aphorism to, as goes Chicago, so goes the nation. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Gwendolyn Langston, Alfredo Roberts, Paula Williams, Kareem Lawless, and Asfeo Dingaswayo. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, greetings.
Hey.
Greetings.
Hey, how you doing? Well, everybody in the Chi knows what Mayor Daley was about. They have certain traditions there. It was the home of Al Capone for many years. That's what he told Martin Luther King when King got hit in the head with that rock marching through Marquette Park.
Cicero.
Yes, Cicero, yeah,
He said he seen a white mob in the South like the one that he's seen in Cicero, Illinois.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You see, so the Cop Mile is garbage. You know what I'm saying? Don't even waste your time with it. I'm writing in Amaru, man. Who knows? I might go pull, put a fake voter registration card in that ragged ass state of California and put Amaru's paw print down there for the signature. You know what I'm saying?
We're saying game. That's what we've been doing for the past 6 years.
Yeah, and then
7 years.
And then also, 7 years. And keep in mind, the dumpster, man, he ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I was arguing with idiots about the dumpster and all that old shit, convicted felon. He needs to get on Jailbird 1 and have that motherfucker throw his ass out of Jailbird 1, right straight into a jumpsuit and right into the fucking cell. You know what I mean? Don't even bother landing the motherfucker. Throw his ass out of jailbird 1, put a net out there, and have him jump right off into his jail jumpsuit. You know what I'm saying? Have him go through there with all the men, bend over, spread the crack of his ass. You know what I'm saying? We know the routine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nuts to oh my God.
Yeah, shit's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Shit is disgusting. You know.
All right, let's hear from Lady Che. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I like. There's really nothing tangible to vote for, but just to vote in their best interest, I guess. Black interests.
Well, be corruptible, Lady Che. Be corruptible. Have them pay you for it.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I mean, Lady Che, if the whole world was crazy and you was the only sane one, who would they call crazy? It would be you, because the world is crazy and you're sane, right? So we got a bunch of crazy ass, crooked ass, goddamn pedophile, dope fiend, crusty bastards up here running this shit with the extortionist ass, and it's $6 for a goddamn gallon of gas here in Las Vegas, Nevada. You know what I'm saying? In California, is it around 8? I'm mad in the motherfucker. Fuck the dumpster. Fuck the motherfuckers that voted for him. The son of a bitch is a goddamn crook. He deserves to go right straight in a fucking jail, and all these stupid ass raggedy bastards I've been arguing with about that son of a bitch need to go get some psychological help. And that's why I say Amaru for president. That's all he got to do is get up there, you know, at the campaign, put him up there on a little podium when he does his, what do they call that state in a convention? Just say, round. You know, kitty power. You know what I'm saying? Because these motherfucking creatures called human beings are out of their goddamn mind. I'm talking about the tethers, the Yasa bosses, the white supremacists, and these stupid ass crackers. Oh no, we're lady happy so long ago. Yeah, I don't need registration or reparations. But what those stupid motherfucker would not do is sit down there, research the shit. Is because for every condition, Brother Che, what do they say in the court of law? Cause and effect. You see what I'm saying? So let's deal with cause and effect. Okay. Now, Yasa bosses. Okay, Clarence Thomas. Oh, God.
Damn it, Shabaka, get back on the topic. So you was around in 1971. Were you in Chicago in 1971?
Okay, let me see. Okay, no. Before 1971, the last time I was in Chicago before that was 1969. And the time after that was 1977. Okay. So I was out here in the Wild West in 1971. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Cal Dog, I know y'all is paying the high as hell, man. You know, okay, but however, you know, my family there, they love Mayor Daley because Mayor Daley made the city of Chicago work. Hell, Jet and Ebony magazine, man, was praising Daley. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And
did you see that what was his name? Was endorsing somebody else. Oh, Jesse Jackson. Mr. Jesse Jackson was endorsing Freeman.
Okay. You talking about Jesse J who just passed away, or are you talking about his son?
The one that just passed away.
Okay, and he was endorsing who?
Some dude named Freeman that was running against Daley.
Okay, that there would be the early 1970s, is because I believe Daley died about 76 or 77. And then that's when Chicago got the mayor, Harold Washington. And from what I understood, man, everybody loved Harold Washington. And from what I understand, Harold Washington was definitely stepping up, you know, for Black people. But then Harold Washington died, you know what I'm saying? And I remember I had a shirt that said Mayor Harold Washington after he died. And I think I went to a casino, man, up there in Reno, I think. or Lake Tahoe, and the sister walked up saying she was out the shot. She said, "Yeah, we love yeah. Oh, that's a good car right there. Cool Keezy 77 Chevy Impala, man. Restore that motherfucker, man. I think it's on a classic list. I'm not sure, but please restore it, sir, because it is approaching his 50th birthday. Please restore that. I think you're sitting there on a gold mine, Cool Keezy, you know." All right. Daily Sun came after him as mayor of Chicago. Okay, Val Hawkins says, okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I do recall. Yeah, Richard J. Daley Jr. Yeah, is that okay? Val, is that Daley Jr.?
Yeah, I think Sister Val's in the Shy.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Val. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, Sister Val. If you're in the Shy, you would know better than me. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, Crook County, as you know, is the only city in Crook County. You say Chicago is the only city in Crook County, like San Francisco is the only city in San Francisco County. You
Like
see what
Denver,
I mean?
the only city in Denver County.
Yeah. Well, in the city of Denver, you all got 4 different counties in the city limits of Denver, man. I ain't never seen no shit like that before.
No, we're surrounded by 5 different counties.
Okay, Arapahoe, Douglas. Wait a minute. Denver, Arapahoe, Douglas, Jefferson, and what's the other one, Brother Che?
Broomfield.
Oh, Broomfield County?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Because I remember when I was gathering the signatures for y'all there in Colorado, and I got jacked up by the Denver Police Department. They said they were going to beat my ass. You know.
Jefferson, Shabaka.
Huh?
You forgot Jefferson.
Yeah, Jefferson County. I remember that. Okay, Richard M. Daley was the son. Okay, Val. Okay. So there's Richard M. Daley, who is the son, and Richard J. Daley is the daddy, if I got that correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, getting back to Los Angeles.
But
when
now,
Uncle Tom. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Lady Che.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lady Che. What are your thoughts? Oh, you already gave your thoughts. Did you already give your thoughts, Lady?
Yeah, you already asked me.
Okay. All right, Shabaka, finish your thought, and then we're gonna move to the next topic.
Oh, okay. All righty. Now, in the city of Los Angeles, as I stated, because this is for our listeners, Che, I already told you what's up with that. They're talking about Karen Bass, right? Okay. Why she didn't do this, why she didn't do that. There's only one city in Denver County, and that's it. Cool Keezy said, okay, all righty, okay, like San Francisco County. All right. So Karen Bass people, as I stated before, and I know there are those who heard me say this before, this is just for the sake of our new listeners. She is just a figurehead in Los Angeles. She cannot issue a department head to carry out any executive order. Only thing that she could do is go up there, address the LA City Council, and talk to the various commissioners of the various departments, fire, water and power, police, street maintenance, and what have you, and make recommendations to them of what they should do. But the final decision-making process is with the commissioners. This is why, like when they was having the problems with the Los Angeles City Fire Department, that they was trying to come down on Karen Bass after the Palisades fire. But really the person who they should have been talking to and chastising was the people who are the commissioners of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, because you have a Los Angeles City Fire Department and you also have a Los Angeles County Fire Department. You see, so the city and the county of LA, you see those two services overlap, just like the criminal courts building. It's right over there across the street from City Hall. You see what I mean? Where they tried OJ at, you know what I'm saying, and what have you. Then directly across the street from that, going due north towards Pasadena, you have the whole Los Angeles County court systems. Now, you might have saw some of the insides of these courts when you looked at movies like Perry Mason when you saw the movie with Larry Fishburne and Angela Bassett called What's Love Got to Do with It when they were getting a divorce. That was in actually a Los Angeles county courthouse. You see what I'm saying? And going to Los Angeles Municipal Court to pay your parking tickets, they had a building over there across the street from the old Olympic Auditorium, because I've been in there a couple of times too. You know what I mean?
Come on, Amaru.
Yeah. Amaru for prayers 2028.
Come on, Amaru.
Yeah, Amaru for prayers. The only thing Amaru's got to do is sit up there at that desk where that dumpster funky nasty motherfucker is and just say meow. And I'm quite sure that Amaru would want the seat sprayed out, for Amaru sanitation. Because, the old crusty bastard, from what I understand, is shitting on himself worse than Biden. See, anytime that a grown-ass man cannot wipe his ass or lost his facilities to change his raggedy-ass drawers, okay, that's dementia.
Yep.
See, that's dementia. Yeah, Val, Amaru. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's dementia. So therefore, when you are in a demented state, okay, and then running up in motherfuckers like raggedy ass Stormy Daniels, who is a high mileage job, and Melania is probably about 25 miles behind Stormy Daniels on mileage. You know what I'm saying?
Lord, what's the next topic? Because Jesus.
I'm just telling the real shit. I'm just telling the truth. I know it stinks. I know it's lousy. I know it's disgusting.
I care about these weird ass wenches, man.
Okay, lady, check. These are some weird motherfuckers. You ain't lying about that. But the thing I find even more weird is how all these dumpster motherfuckers are stand by and go for this bullshit. Now, that's insanity.
It's all stupid.
Yeah, it's a damn clown show is what the fuck it is. You know?
All right,
it's a fucking clown show.
We're moving along. We got the Drewski skit. Shout out to Drewski. He been killing it with these skits. And his latest
Drewski
on the British actors.
So he's doing something on the British actors.
Yeah, the black British actors.
Oh, jolly good show, old boy. Feeling cheerio and pip. Fuck all that.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
All right.
For the longest time, I've told you that the white media is not in the business of entertainment. They're in the business of mind control. And a key component of mind control is to make the person being controlled think that the ideas put in their heads came from themselves. Now, before we go any farther, this evening address is going to be a commentary on a video skit put up by a guy named Drewski. I don't really know who Drewski is. I previously only heard about some sort of skit that he did where he was doing a parody of Erica Kirk. But more recently, he's done one where he's done a parody of black British actors, particularly black British actors who are portraying the part of foundational black Americans in movies. And basically, that these guys are essentially a British version of the kind of thing you would expect to hear from a white actor. That was the subtext of what he was saying. And there's been a lot of people who have been infuriated by this skit, and they've been angered about the truths that it basically is saying in jest. Now, let's just go ahead and cut to the quick on this one. The reason that there's so many people who are angry about it is because foundational black American culture is the pulse and the heartbeat of American culture. Full stop. It has permeated the world, influenced the world, and is envied by the world. Everybody wants to partake of it. But they also want to try to falsify some sort of legitimacy to do so. So everybody tries to claim that they had something to do with it, that they influenced it somehow, even though that's a lie. They didn't. Or they at least try to claim that there's some sort of legitimacy or validity to them taking part in it, even if they have a history of downgrading and insulting the people who made it. And that's the reason why you got all these people who are saying, well, okay, yeah, there's a whole flood of black Britons coming in and they're getting these roles to portray black Americans. But you know what? It's because, well, they're better actors, you see. That's not true, but it's not true either. Hollywood has been bringing in immigrants for many, many decades now and having them playing the parts of Black Americans. And I don't just mean Sidney Poitier. It's been going on before he became a name. But they bring in these Black immigrants for a reason, that they're not going to try to compete against the white media structure. That's just a fact. That is part of the reason why they feel a little more calm with them in the room. Look at Motown. Britain has a music industry, so where's the Black British Berry Gordy? Where's the Caribbean version of Quincy Jones? Look at what Master P did. Where's the African version of that? I don't say these things to be condescending. I say them because they are facts. And this is part of the mental and racial arithmetic that these white media types take into account when they have...
Jesse's background.
Is it? I don't have nothing in my background.
Or somebody's background. Not mine.
We have ammo. It's just ammo.
Is it Amaru going meow?
Yeah,
Are you holding it?
Yeah, he about to hop up here any minute now.
Well,
somebody from
Amaru
outside the
on
United
TV.
States sitting in front of them. When they have one of these Black migrants, this is the mental calculation that they're doing. Whether you want to hear it or not, whether it pleases you to hear it or not, there's something the enemy sees in us, something uniquely threatening about us that they rarely see in folks outside our lineage. We can no longer afford to try to spare people's feelings on things. We are way past the point of being able to tiptoe around the truth. Look at the BAFTA Awards fiasco recently. The British are racist as hell. They've been taking shots at Black Britons for the longest time, disrespecting them openly for the longest time. And Black Britons just take it with a smile. Not all of them, but most. When white people in Britain talk about having a stiff upper lip, they don't mean that they take abuse, but unfortunately, that's what Black Britons and these Negroes who live in these British colonies think it means. And then they come to the US and they try to turn their noses up at us when we made the path for them. That's because they took disrespect from the white supremacists overseas and they knew they were supposed to fight, but too many of them lacked the nerve to. They lacked the guts. So now they come over here and suddenly they want to start getting disrespectful towards us to try to make up for the cowardice they showed in Britain or Jamaica or Africa. And these white supremacists see that. When the BAFTA incident went down, foundational Black Americans got on code and raised pure hell about it. But where were the Afro-Britons at? Anybody remember how Idris Elba was raising a stink about that incident? Or Cynthia Erivo? Or any of these Black British actors who we frequently see in American movies? I don't remember it. Delroy Lindo is from Britain by way of the Caribbean, so there should have been Black folks in Britain and the Caribbean raising hell about it on his behalf. Where's the so-called political leaders in the West Indies at to speak up for one of their own being publicly humiliated? Where are the Black British political leaders at? Well, we already know they were at the same place they always are, kissing the wrinkled racist rumps of their white paymasters. There's Black members of the UK Parliament. But how many of them use their platform to condemn the BBC or John Davidson? You see, we don't have a culture of making excuses for white supremacist aggression. And if you got some Black person who decides that they're going to try to make excuses for it, we put them in their place. See, over here, when an immigrant clown like Byron Donalds or a tragically FBA traitor like Uncle Clarence Thomas does some mess, they get excoriated. These creeps can't show their faces anywhere. They've been banished. They've been cast out, and everyone knows it. When they speak, everybody knows they have no legitimacy. Clarence Thomas can't sit there and say, well, as a Black American, he can't say that at all. You've never heard him say that phrase because he knows he can't say it. He can't speak for anyone but himself. He knows it. He's been isolated. He's been banished, and that's what we do. They have to depend on white daddy to feed them because they don't have a community. A house pet can't claim that its owner's family is their community. Every time you see Clarence Thomas, he's surrounded by non-Black people. He doesn't have a choice because we don't give them a choice. The community casts these scumbags out. So where's the Black British groups and movement that casts out the sellouts in their own midst? Do you think the white media racists in the US are somehow not in constant contact with their white counterparts in Britain? They work together all the time. Star Wars was shot in Britain. Did you know that? The James Bond movies, they're made in Britain too. When it became obvious that the FBA community wasn't going to let the bastards get away with what they did, you had the executives at Warner Brothers scrambling. They knew what was coming and they were trying to get out in front of it. They were hurrying to try to get it on record that, whoa, well, we contacted the BBC and we were allegedly, we were very much objecting to what had happened. because we train the bastards in the white media to know what will happen when they do something stupid. We contest them on their own turf, on the airwaves. You don't get to attack us as some sort of freebie. You can't monopolize the conversation, not when it comes to us. So no, we're built differently over here, and the enemy knows it. Black Britons have gotten used to being publicly disrespected and humiliated, and they try to palm it off as, well, I mean, we know that racism exists, but we're more or less kind of just one big happy British family, right? And that delusion in the face of white supremacist aggression is why those bastards at the BAFTAs thought that they could get away with what they did. They had their so-called awards show on what they saw as their own home turf, and they thought that gave them some sort of unassailable advantage. But they didn't understand foundational Black Americans don't play the game by their rules. These immigrants are constantly trying to play the game of respectability politics. I guess that's how they live with the refusal to stand up for themselves. But this is self-delusion because it never translates into respect. It only gets you a temporary job and that's it. That's the devil's bargain that too many of these Black immigrant actors had to make with massa in order to get put on. There's a reason why there's a Tyler Perry in the US, but not one overseas. These people who Hollywood brought in, these were non-threatening Negroes who the white media executives could be confident wouldn't rock the boat or try to challenge them at any point in the future. And when you look at what's happened for the last 80 years, you see that they were right. The only ones who ever did attempt to rebel were the ones who were allied with us. These white media studios deliberately, intentionally put foreigners in these movies as a way to contain Black influence. It makes it where these white media companies don't wind up subsidizing or paying the one group of people who are going to challenge them in the media. See, when foundational Black Americans are doing a movie or a TV series about fighting white supremacy or standing up to the establishment, we're not just playing a role, and that comes through in our performance. When you have people who attack FBA history and who insult us and ridicule us and who make nice with the very racists that we have to fight against, they have no business ever portraying anyone who's from our lineage or experience. You can't put Cynthia Erivo in a role as one of us and then claim that she was the best person for the job and that she did the role justice, etc. You can't claim that there's anything legitimate about that. When you have these immigrants, particularly these Black Britons who are trying to claim that, oh, well, it's because these guys are better trained, you see, classical training, you see, they're doing what white society's always done, trying to bestow legitimacy on themselves, which is a fraud. But hey, the white media claims that what they're doing isn't racist because some bootlick over here allegedly co-signs it. And after all, some of their best friends are Black. This is what these immigrant actors are doing. They're drawing from the same well because they saw the white individuals and companies they want to get in good with, and they figure, hey, we'll just follow their lead. They're trying to do their own version of, I'm immigrant and I say so. Just like with white society, they demand that we allow our culture to be community property. When white people make something, it's theirs, it's proprietary. When all of these other non-Black groups come in and do something, well, that's supposed to be theirs. Whatever they bring with them or whatever they have, that's theirs. You can't horn in on that. You let some FBA call himself doing something that the Caribbeans or the Africans object to on cultural grounds, they'll tell you in a heartbeat that, hey, that's ours. You don't know anything about this. Look what happened when Michael B. Jordan tried to come up with some brand of rum. You had Cardi B, she was sitting there going, oh, no, I like Michael B. Jordan, but oh, no, this ain't legit. You can't do this. You have this perverted little harlot who made her money by profaning the art form that we made. She couldn't make it on her own. She had to imitate us. And now here she is saying that she objects to something that a foundational Black American is doing because it tangentially touches on, quote unquote, her culture. Yeah, you can tell when these foreign flags have learned the white supremacist playbook and they're running it line by line. So don't let any moron tell you that the problem is Black American actors don't have enough skill or experience. They don't have enough training. You see, Idris Elba was not an actor by trade. He was actually a DJ. Did you know that? He wasn't some graduate from the Royal Academy of the Arts. He didn't work in the Shakespeare Theater or the Old Vic or any of these other places that these crusty clowns from the dominant society or their bootlicks love to say so much. So what incredible experience did Idris Elba have? First time anybody heard of him was when he was on The Wire, and he didn't get cast in that role because he was just so amazing. He just disappeared into the role as an American. Even he admitted they could see right through his, as the Brits would say, dodgy accent.
There's one casting director, I talk about it all the time, Alexa Fogel. She would put me up for stuff. And she said, hey, listen, this Wire thing's come up. It's called The Wire. It's a pilot. They're going to shoot it in January. But if you go in,
you cannot let them know you aren't American, because they will not. I mean, this is about Baltimore. It's very specific. They don't want any strangers. I mean, please. So I was auditioning for this thing, and I auditioned for 4 weeks straight in an American accent. And then the fourth audition, the producer, David Simon, and another producer who's passed now, great guy, they were in the room just like this. And they said to me, Idris, where are you from?
That is the phrase every immigrant is terrified of hearing, no matter where they are in the world. Excuse me, where are you from?
You know when your palm starts sweating? You get little sweat perforations in your forehead, and you're like, oh, man. And I'm thinking to myself, they told you don't say nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, oh, your accent is he sussed you. And I was like, I'm looking at him, and by this time I've known him. This fourth audition.
Yeah.
Hey, you just come on, sit down. We want you to do the scene again. That kind of thing. I look at him and I said, I'm from East London. The room just exploded. Oh my God, I told you. No, you didn't know. And I'm sitting there, whoa, what is going on? It's like, yo, we had a bet. I said that he's
East
not
London
from
is rough.
Baltimore. He's not from Brooklyn. He's from somewhere else. But I thought maybe Jamaican, maybe Haitian. You're from England. And this is the conversation. I'm sitting there. And they were like, okay, you got the job.
So there you have it. Idris Elba himself admits that when he auditioned for The Wire, it was obvious to the white producers from HBO and the show's creator, David Simon, that he was a foreigner. They knew it. They had a bet going because they were so confident. It was obvious to them, this guy is clearly not from Baltimore. They could tell it. Is he Jamaican? Is he Haitian or something? They could tell it. Phony as a $3 bill. He wasn't fooling anyone, not even the white people. He said it himself. They knew it.
It's like, yo, we had a bet. I said that he's not from Baltimore. He's not from Brooklyn. He's from somewhere else. I thought maybe Jamaican, maybe Haitian.
Remember, for all the people talking about, well, you see, it's about acting ability. Well, the white producers of The Wire said it was all about authenticity. They wanted to make sure that their show was a Baltimore show. So that was why Idris's casting agent said, don't tell them that you're not American, because they wanted to make sure that this was an authentically Baltimore show.
I mean, this is about Baltimore. It's very specific. They don't want any strangers. I mean, please.
And yet they had this guy who they could tell his accent wasn't right. They could tell. And yet they cast him anyway. So much for authenticity, huh? So we can go ahead and stop the lie that these foreign actors are just these amazing chameleons. And that's the reason why they get cast. No, these white casting directors and producers, they can tell immediately that these people are foreigners, the same way we can. They overact frequently. They're almost doing the jive turkey thing. That's basically the only thing that they leave out. And that's because there's nothing natural about their performance. They try to do their own awkward imitation of FBA style and form based on what they've seen on TV and movies, which is itself a grotesque exaggeration most of the time. And yet these same white media producers just keep giving these guys roles anyway, even though they know these guys aren't able to pull off an American accent, much less an FBA performance. So no, it's not because these white media people were just so impressed by how thorough these Black Britons are at acting. You can be a crappy comedian, a failed singer, or a DJ with a dodgy accent, and they'll still give you a leading role on a TV show, and then a bunch of movie roles, and make you one of the biggest actors on the planet anyway. So miss me with that nonsense about, oh, well, it's just about acting skill, you see. All you're doing is showing how ignorant you are. Morgan Freeman, Avery Brooks, Brock Peters, John Amos, James Earl Jones, Denzel Washington, Wesley Snipes, Lawrence Fishburne, Clarence Williams III, Tony Todd. We've had a ton of foundational Black American talent going back decades. Please tell me what British actor could stand in the same line as Morgan Freeman and snatch a role away from him? Who's the British equivalent of Wesley Snipes or Lawrence Fishburne? Star Wars was shot in Britain. Most of the cast of the movie was British. But which Black actor in Britain was or is comparable to James Earl Jones? That line about, well, British actors are better trained, that line came from the white media itself. And yet you got some unthinking clowns, even some commentators who ought to know better, who mindlessly repeat it. White supremacy is all about choosing who the winners will be, and those winners are not selected based on merit, because merit means having to compete, and white supremacy is all about insulating those classified as white from having to compete, because when they do have to compete, when they're forced to compete, they fail. It's all about goodies, giveaways, but most importantly, guarantees. What these fools who claim the Black British actors are better trained fail to understand is that the reason Denzel, Wesley, Lawrence, Samuel L. Jackson, and others came to prominence is because Spike Lee had them as his stable of actors. He put them in his movies regularly. In the 1980s, he had these men and other actors like Giancarlo Esposito in his movies. And this is what helped them get their careers going because it provided them with work that had them on screens and keeping them prominent. Black Britons have been over there in numbers since at least the 1950s. And yet none of them has done for Black British actors what FBAs did for ourselves. For example, the director of 12 Years a Slave is a guy named Steve McQueen. He's LGBT, by the way, which is a major reason Hollywood took an interest in him. But also, when you look at the movies he's made, a disproportionate number of them have white leads, usually Michael Fassbender. And this is not a guy who can say that he's put a number of Black British actors on. He's about the only Black British director who's actually got any real motion, but he hasn't used it to put all of this Black British talent in leading roles in front of the camera. He made 12 Years a Slave, and yeah, he put a Black British actor in that one. And of course, he also made Widows, where he shoehorned Cynthia Erivo into the cast and that guy from Get Out. But that was American money that paid for those. Now, why is that? So there's tons of FBA talent, always has been. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying or stupid or both. Or are you seriously going to tell me that Cynthia Erivo is on the same level as a Viola Davis or an Angela Bassett? Is Michaela Cole as good an actress as Cicely Tyson? Any silly Negro who tells you that Black British actors are better trained is also dumb enough to believe that white supremacy is a meritocracy. The people who run these white institutions, and the white media is arguably their most important institution, these overlords of white institutions aren't running a fair race. They're running a rigged game, and they use lies to justify the dirt they do. When they harm Black people or disadvantage Black people, they always have to make it Black people's fault. You know, when white actors, on the rare occasion they mention it, when white actors talk about white foreigners who get cast to play Americans, they don't let anyone get away with saying, oh, well, that's because these foreign actors, they're just better trained. Instead, these white actors and their representatives, they'll make it clear, well, it's because the studios and these casting directors, they're just infatuated with anything exotic or different. That's what that is. They will talk about other white actors like they're a pink poodle or something. See, they don't let people downgrade their ability or their skill or try to find a way to minimize how much work they put in for their craft. We're the only ones who are supposed to accept people lying about us and people who are sitting here insulting us and saying that FBA actors, they just aren't as thorough. They're just not as dedicated to their craft. We're the only ones who are expected to accept lies with a smile. Hollywood has nothing but contempt for Black people, no matter where they come from. So far as they're concerned, it doesn't matter if the Black person in front of the camera isn't an actor by trade. After all, they're Black. Nobody cares, right? So why not cast a rapper or a singer or some pro sports athlete? Does anyone really think that it was a good idea to cast Shaquille O'Neal in a superhero movie? Now, keep in mind, they did that the same year that the movie Spawn was made. Michael Jai White was a martial artist turned actor. And while he wasn't classically trained, he was and is an A-list caliber action movie star. But that's the reason Hollywood decided to sit on him. He made movies overseas, but the U.S. dominates the movie industry. And if the 3 major studios now, decide that they don't want you to work, then no matter how much talent you have, no matter how bankable you are, you're only going to get short shrift. So don't let anyone tell you the decisions these casting directors make is just because of acting talent. That's like saying the white media has principles. They don't and never will. They use their media monopoly to do anything other than entertain you. I've shown you how Hollywood is chock full and overflowing with racists, bigots, Israeli spies, political bad actors, and half-brained wannabe social engineers. And yet you have some Black people out here silly enough to convince themselves, well, they cast people based on acting ability. Hollywood tries to use its power to nullify anything Black people are doing that they think will upset the status quo. People are sitting here trying to play dumb. And what we're doing is we're pointing out the obvious program where the white media is trying to phase out foundational Black American anything. The reason Hollywood's been on a tear to avoid casting FBAs is not because Brits are better actors. There's good British actors, but they're not better. The real reason we see a disproportionate number of British and foreign actors now being brought in is because these white media companies want it that way. When foundational Black Americans walk into these white arenas, there's an elephant in the room. The unique history, culture, and most of all, oppositional ideology to white supremacy that we represent. When we say lines, it means something different, something more when it comes from us. We change the context of things simply because we're there. You can't just have an FBA actor saying any old kind of thing. And as we've seen over the decades, with different FBA actors and comedians, we'll tell these white directors quick what we won't do. When they try to put words in our mouths that we don't want to say, or have us doing things that we know is beneath our dignity, like wearing a dress or having children sitting on a grown man's lap, or doing a scene where we're low-key validating white racism, we're going to say something about it. So they figured out a long time ago, these immigrants, they're not going to do that. And worse, many of these immigrants will gladly attack us. Sure, a Black Briton or Black African is seen as Black, but so is Clarence Thomas. Do you see white power being worried about elevating that clown? And I don't compare Black Britons or anyone else to Clarence Thomas, but what I'm trying to get across is that white power sizes up the people it intends to control. They want to know how useful you'll be to them. And they figured out a long time ago that Black people from outside the US were far more pliable and willing to go along with the dominant society's program than we were. If you're a Black person in the US with a platform, sooner or later, the Black masses here are going to expect you to speak up on some things. When your family members, your parents, your friends, and social circles are all from the same group who has this expectation of you, it becomes a hell of a lot harder to just say, well, I'm just here for the paycheck. I'm not here to rock the boat. On the other hand, if you come from overseas, if you're an opportunist, then you don't have that kind of pressure on you because you don't have any of those connections here. There is no community that puts pressure on them because as far as they're concerned, hey, these Black Americans, that's not my community. So why not start acting like a mercenary, which is what so many Black actors and other foreign flags from abroad do. If these Black British actors are so much better trained and so much better steeped in their craft, then how come they're constantly complaining that they can't find any work in Britain? Why doesn't Britain recognize their unrivaled training and craft? Amazing how someone who just stepped off the boat 5 minutes ago is talking about how the white media operates in the US, a country they know nothing about and apparently can't be bothered to learn about. It seems they know the media over here and the people who run it better than we do, to hear them tell it. They can't even learn how to do an American accent. So this is ignorance from ignorant people, and it explains why they had to flee Britain to find something in the US the same way white power played them off against each other in the Caribbean and in Africa, by telling some of them, we're going to throw you some crumbs because you're better than those Black people over there. We see them playing the same pattern out now. They're justifying what white power does because this is the culture in Africa and the Caribbean. They justify and legitimize what white power did. That's the reason why they've been dysfunctional ever since. All you have to do is throw a few of them some crumbs, and in many cases, you don't even have to do that much. You have Afro-Britons online who are all butthurt about Drewski's skit and who are repeating the lie about Black British actors are better trained, and these people aren't even actors themselves. So clearly they're seeing the rightful criticism of what's going on, and they're feeling some kind of way about it, because they too have partaken of the genius of FBA culture. They've benefited from it or are seeking to, and now they're trying to legitimize it after the fact. So that's why we see Hollywood going out of its way to cast non-FBA actors, and they're trying to flood the zone with them. This is them trying to basically say, we're phasing out all of you FBA people. We're trying to make it where we ain't got to hire you for anything. We don't want you people in front of the cameras. You've been problematic for us. I'm not a TV head. I don't really watch TV or movies like that, but I do make it a point to learn the names of the people who make the propaganda that the white media puts out. I've been doing that a very long time, and that's the reason I unplugged from movies and television decades ago. I simply couldn't separate whatever TV show, movie, or so-called news program I was watching from the open, blatant anti-Black racism that was being put on the screen. And when I began to ask, who's making this mess, I started seeing that most of them are the same names over and over again. Sure, you have a number of bad actors who are doing more dirt than most, but practically all of them are practicing the same anti-Black racism, and they all do it for the same reasons. That's the reason why they all use the same lies to justify what they do. These Black British actors are no more qualified than a foundational Black American actor. And this isn't to say that they're not good or that they don't deserve any opportunities, but it is to say that Hollywood's newfound obsession with forcing foreign Black talent into the movies and TV shows wasn't done on the basis of talent. It was done on the basis of not being threatening to white power. Far as they're concerned, if they absolutely have to employ a Black person, if Black folks change the paradigm here where they have to do it, well, they might as well find a Black person who won't cause them any problems down the road. It's the same cynical calculation that prompted these professional sports leagues to start bringing in all of these foreigners starting in the 80s. Or are the low IQ types who say Black British actors are better trained going to claim that these Black immigrants who the Major League Baseball teams brought in, the NBA and NFL keep shoehorning into the league, are better trained too? I mean, come on, if you're going to say that lie when it comes to acting, why stop now? By the way, most of these foreign Black athletes who these teams bring in, they tend to wash out. The only way they hang around is if the league changes its rules to make it easier for the lower intensity, basic kind of basketball that the foreign-born Blacks were trained to play. Again, that's not a dig, it's a statement of fact. And the reason why is you got a lot of these Black folks from overseas, they were trained to play basic basketball. Well, as a wise man once said, nobody's going to pay money to see basic anything. And that's the reason why the NBA seems so different today. Yeah, it seemed to be a slower game. They took the doggone pulse out of it. Why are FBA players all but gone from Major League Baseball? Was it because foreign Blacks from south of the border made some quantum leap in skill during the late 1980s? Or was it because these white baseball team owners decided they wanted to phase FBA players out of the game? And how did that turn out, by the way? Baseball was hurt by the players' strike, but the real reason it never recovered is that the level of play simply isn't compelling enough to get the kind of interest that it used to have. And now we see the same thing coming to the NBA and the NFL, and it's going to have the same results. The TV shows and movies the white media produces serve a variety of purposes, not just one. They use them to indoctrinate and manipulate public opinion, to control how people see the world and themselves, and to be able to create an economic engine that enriches them and can be used to attack others. See, that's the evil genius of white supremacy, finding ways to monetize their anti-Black racism, making it for fun and profit. When the white media over here consistently casts immigrant Blacks to play FBA roles, you can tell that these foreign flags are flattered by that, because they're finally getting a pat on the head as opposed to the slap in the face that they were getting over there in Britain. But what these guys need to understand is that white power didn't do this in the US to do them any favors. They did it to serve their own purposes, some of them personal, some of them societal, all of them racial. This is important because this is why we have to control our own image. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, the white media is out to control image, because if they can control what you see, they can control how you see yourself. And if they can control how you see yourself, they can control what you do about yourself. And what if the images you see are about Black people being nothing more than best buddies to white society? That conditions people to play out these kind of societal roles, where you act out the same dynamics you see in these movies and TV shows, being a yes man and an assistant to white society and a side character in your own life. And for the Black Britons or just the Black people of immigrant background who may not like what it is that I'm saying and who may have basically told themselves, well, we are more thorough with our acting. We're certainly more thorough and diligent with the time that we put in, et cetera, et cetera. If you've actually drank the Kool-Aid on that one and you actually think this white media over here loves you, and if you've convinced yourself that because there's more Black immigrants on screen, that's somehow a fundamentally good thing, that's just a good thing in and of itself, remember this. Hollywood has no problem with movies about slavery, because although Black people will be the majority of the cast in those movies, it's always the 2 or 3 white people who will still be the stars of the show. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Morris Bodden, Harold Simpson, Andrew Ward, Richard Griffith, and Roxanne Allen. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, before we get on Chad the Bussy, what are y'all thoughts on the Black British skit that Drewski did? They got these tethers and uproar.
Yeah. Okay. The thing is that the British company, the main movie production company over there, I believe, is called Pinewood Studios, and they're the ones that brought you the James Bond series. Okay. And I think Drewski is hilarious. And then Idris Elba, you know, who grew up in London, I believe, just like former heavyweight champion Lennox Lewis did, who is from East London. And I hear that East London, that motherfucker's colder than Harlem, the west side of Chicago, and South Central LA, all wrapped up in one. Yeah.
Brixton. That's where it goes.
Yeah.
Brixton.
Yep. And then and they turned down Idris Elba to play James Bond is because they want to keep James Bond lily white. Basically, from Goldfinger to Diamonds Are Forever to The Living Daylights. Then the one that Timothy Dalton did, I think, which was the one they made before Casino with Ian Craig called, oh shit, what was the name of it? Where the dope dealers was taking over the whole damn world. Not The Living, no, License to Kill.
License to Kill, yeah.
Yeah. Now the soundtrack on License to Kill is real cold, is because you got Gladys Knight that sings the opening soundtrack, and you have Betty LaBelle who sings the ending soundtrack. You know, them still some cold ass records, because I still listen to them, because it's Patti LaBelle and Gladys Knight, two of our biggest icons, man, of black female vocalists. But responding to Cow Dog here in the chat, okay, is that he was mentioning, not getting off the subject of Drewski, but I was mentioning to him about the soundtrack from James Brown off the Black Caesar music, because I had the album and there was a cold instrumental on there called The Good Life, where JB is on organ, you say. And then the sisters were so beautiful and great actresses back then, Cow Dog, but all of them, man, were bed wenches, I hate to say. They say, because that's how they got them parts. You know, they were all bed wenches. The only black motherfucker, man, that I see who's doing something, although they gonna rein the reins in on him for the black community playing our stories, is in fact Tyler Perry. But as you know, Brother Che, we talked about that when he tried to go in there and thought he was going to get a piece of Paramount, and Paramount showed him the fucking door the same way they did Robert Johnson when he thought he was going to get a part of United Airlines after he sold BET. You see what I mean?
Yeah, Bob Johnson, Shabaki.
Yeah, that's what I said. Robert Johnson, right?
No, you said Robert. It's Bob.
Yeah. Okay, Bob is a nickname for Robert.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You say, all right, now, the only, and we discussed this here on Shabaka's Black Experience, Brother Che, on the radio. The only black actress to me who was worth her weight in gold, who did not play them bullshit ass motherfucking roles, was the one and only Cicely Tyson.
Yeah.
They approached her with that shit. She told them no. Ossie Davis and his wife, Ruby Dee, they refused that shit, except when they did that stupid movie with, Ossie Davis did that crazy movie with Bootney Farnsworth and Sidney Poitier and JJ and JJ's father in it, where they hypnotized Bootney Farnsworth in 1976.
Yeah.
The Staple Singers, I believe, they did the soundtrack for that movie. Then also, too, another great talent, the one and only Miss Gladys Knight, who did the soundtrack for Claudine. Okay, two main records that was a hit off that album was Mr. Welfare Man and On and On.
Yep.
And of course, Curtis Mayfield wrote the soundtrack for it. Now, that was a positive film because it showed James Earl Jones being a garbage man, marrying Claudine, you know, trying to do the right thing about her. And then also, too, all right, another young actor that came up in his career off the Claudine movie was the one and only Lawrence Hilton Jacobs that played the Jackson 5's daddy in the Jackson 5 movie. That's the same brother who played in Cooley High. So he did Claudine, then he did Cooley High, then he did a TV series called Welcome Back Carter for a couple of seasons. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, now Val Hawkins, Ozzie Davis, and Ruby D. My. Them was some true pro-black professionals for real. Okay.
Yeah.
All righty, is because Ruby D made a name for herself in the movie where she was married to Sidney Poitier and Claudia McNeil, A Raisin in the Sun. You see what I'm saying? Okay, another black actress who died young, who played the sister in the movie, was a woman by the name of Diana Sands. Now, she did play in one of the black exploitation movies called Willie Dynamite, where Avery Brooks, Captain Cisco, he was playing Willie Dynamite, you know, when he was coming up in his career, and Diana Sands was the one that broke him down, that took all his money out the bank and got him hit with the RICO Act and all that old type of shit. But really, you could see she kind of regretted it, is because they didn't want to bring this brother down for what he was doing. They wanted to bring him down because of the money that he was making. You see, they don't going after us for what we're doing, people. They're going after us for what the money is bringing in. You see what I'm saying? And this is why you got this bullshit going on, man, with P. Diddy, other goddamn case, man, that they got coming up, man, going after another brother, man. Shit they did with Bill Cosby. You say it's because Bill Cosby wanted to make a power move to buy NBC. Nigga, we can't let you do that. Robert Johnson made a power move to buy United Airlines. Nigga, fuck you. You know, we can't do that. Now BET is gone. Who owns BET now? Paramount. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Paramount. You know, one of the granddaddies of the movie making industry in Los Angeles, and them motherfuckers are still at their original location at 5555 West Melrose Avenue. You know what I mean? And then,
hey, Shabaka,
huh?
What do you, Lady Che? Lady Che, you're muted.
Yeah, I know, cuz Jesus Christ, I'm using the mouse. What do I think about what? The British actor thing?
Yeah.
I don't think about them.
Okay.
I like Idris Elba because we got accustomed to him, so I liked him in Luther. I liked him in a couple of flicks. Other than that, you know, I knew he was knew he wanted to do the DJ thing. You know what I mean? But he's an actor, so I don't know. I don't know what he's been in recently, but yeah. I didn't know. You knew they weren't gonna let him be James Bond. I mean, come on. If you had a thought that they were gonna let him do that, that was crazy. They weren't gonna let him be James Bond. They refused to have a black James Bond, even though you watch Tenet and stuff like that. There's been black spies everywhere. So I don't know. Aside from that, the Drewski thing was funny as hell. Everything else is whether or not we have FBA actors. It's really I haven't seen anything. And look, they canceled Jonathan Majors, so
he has to go with the Daily Wire, and the Daily Wire's in the tank now.
Yeah, so we gotta get some more FBA actors. And shout out to Ryan Coogler. He's been doing, he gets a couple here and there to come do movies. So that's about it, really.
Ryan Coogler getting ready to be a power broker in Hollywood, Lady Che.
I'm not sure. I couldn't barely hear you. Broke up. But supposedly there's movies coming out, so we'll see. We shall see. I'm not excited about it because they don't make real good movies anymore nowadays. It's like few and far between. So Just like they don't make good music anymore. Everything's kind of like just diluted. I would really like to see a really good ass movie like this year.
You didn't like the Jackson movie?
That's different, Jesse. I mean, a movie, an actual movie. An actual movie.
Oh, okay.
Okay, like you want something that you already know about, that you have repetitively played out in your mind like a million years ago. Yeah, like that's something else. But I feel like I haven't heard anything good in a long time. I haven't seen anything good in a long time. Yeah, that was great. But I just feel like I haven't found a good movie to watch. It's like super entertaining or thrilling or scary or anything like that. So
Keezy said he still make good music. You do still make good music.
of course he does.
The Black Western with the brother that played Mac. What was that? Was that
the Max Julian played the Mac. He was married to Vanetta McGee, and Vanetta McGee played in Shaft in Africa. Okay. And she was the sister, was from Ethiopia, telling John Shaft of how to go through Ethiopia to find out who killed her brother.
See, she talking about Posse, Shabaki.
Oh, I didn't see Posse. I think that there was with Mario Van Peebles, and I think they had about 7 other black actors in there. I never saw Posse. I probably need to pull it up.
Watch Posse, Shabaki.
Yeah. Yeah, Gordon Parks was a hell of a director, Val. Yeah. Now, here's something for you all. A good movie that Gordon Parks directed was one called The Learning Tree. And I'm going to tell you, black men, is going to piss you off. And then at the end, where it pissed me off, I see why it was called The Learning Tree. Okay? Because it's about a young man, you know, in about 1926 Kansas, I believe. Okay. No, Val, Vanetta McGee was never in the original In the Heat of the Night. Okay. At least I don't think she was. Okay. But The Learning Tree was about this young man, about 13, 14 years old, right? And what had happened was a hurricane or a tornado came along, right? Okay. So he had to bunker down inside the barn or whatever with his older sister, you know what I'm saying, who went on and gave him some, you know what I mean? So then what had happened was he had met a girl about his age, you see what I'm saying, that he was going to school with and what have you. Then all of a sudden she moved away, okay, because he went to her house and she had moved away. To found out that she had got pregnant by a troglodyte. You see what I mean? And that's learning a hell of a lesson right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, now Val, is you talking about Vanetta McGee in the original movie, The Heat of the Night, or the TV series?
I think she's talking about the original.
Okay, the original movie in The Heat of the Night, then Vanetta McGee must have had a very, very small part. Because in The Heat of the Night is where Sidney Poitier slapped the shit out the white man. It was made in 1967.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was her world.
Yeah. Okay. And Vanetta McGee was from San Francisco, and she died at the age of 65, about 12 years ago.
The same year, same age my grandma.
Yeah. Okay.
It was Denise Long.
Denise Long in what movie?
In The Heat of the Night.
In the TV series?
I think so.
Okay, that there would be Denise Nichols, and her character was a woman by the name of Harriet Long.
Oh,
okay. And Denise Nichols, I remember her in the 1960s. Damn, boy, this is a trip about being an old bastard. Okay, because there used to be a TV series on ABC called NYPD with Robert Hooks, who was a stage actor in the late 1960s, who was the father of movie actor Kevin Hooks, and Denise Nichols played Jeff Ward's wife, and that was the name of the character that Robert Hooks played, Jeff Ward. He played opposite of a young white guy by the name of Frank Converse. Now, Frank Converse played in a TV series called Moving On with a guy by the name of Claude Atkins. Now, Claude Atkins was a white dude, but he was always the mobster, the Wild Wild West dude. You know, he was always the bad guy, Claude Atkins, you know. And then he did a TV series called Sheriff Lobo and BJ Hunter or some shit like that, where he was trying to get, it was something similar to Smokey and the Bandit with Burt Reynolds. I mean, man, those used to have a lot of stupid ass movies back then. But then Burt Reynolds played in a movie called Stick. Now, if you all want to go see some gangster shit, man, oh, that's the motherfucking movie right there. It's set in Florida. You know what I'm saying? Oh, now, Cow Dog. Truck Turner. I'm glad you brought that up. That was with Isaac Hayes, where he was pimping and he was the bounty hunter, right?
I'll be back. I'll be back in like 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, Lady Chate.
Okay, and then the main woman, you know, his top hoe that he had in there, in Truck Turner, the sister who was running the other hookers, you know what I'm saying? You know who that was, right?
Who, Shabaki?
I give you one guess.
Who was the madame?
Nope, I give you one guess of his co-star lady was in Truck Turner. You only got one guess, and if you blow this one guess, people is gonna blow your mind when I tell you.
Diane Carroll.
Nope, she and Diane Carroll were contemporaries. And okay, here's the clue, and this is how I'm gonna give it away. The woman that played opposite Isaac Hayes in Truck Turner, Diane Carroll and her both were on TV shows at the same time in the late 1960s on NBC, and that's the best I could tell you. If I say anything else, I'll give it away.
Oh my God, all this is before my time, Shabaka. I'm trying to think. Oh shit.
I'll give you a hint.
It's not Michelle Nichols.
That's exactly who it was, young man. Moved to the head of the class.
Oh, okay.
That's who played opposite in Truck Turner, and I saw a clip on it, boy, and I didn't know Michelle Nichols could cuss like that. I mean, MF this, boy, and she was the top woman, you know, and she was smacking all these other hookers, getting their minds right to go make the money, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then Max Julian, from what I understand, got his start on the stage because a lot of our black actors got their start on the stage, you know, in New York City. A lot of them at the Apollo, Sidney Poitier, Max Julian, you know what I'm saying? Gordon Parks. He came up as a director who directed the Learning Tree, right? And Gordon Parks is the one that directed Shaft. Now,
yeah,
there
we
was
just
another.
That I used to announce them on the stage.
Yeah, and then there was another guy in the first Shaft that was very, very famous that played Willie. And if I say any more about him, I will give it away. Guess who he was? I only got one word, only one clue: poetry.
Something Peoples.
Nope, not Mario Van Peebles. He's the son of Melvin Van Peebles, who was a filmmaker in that time too, with his sweet back badass song that started the black exploitation films. Okay,
Who was it?
Okay, the guy that used to recite poetry that played Willie in Shaft. Okay, who was Bumpy Johnson's or Bumpy Jonas, as they call him in Shaft, who was his right-hand man. That was the one and only float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, rumble, young man, rumble. Drew Bondini Brown.
Oh, Bondini.
Yeah, Bondini Brown.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Now, Moses Gunn himself, who was a great actor, from the stage, who had came up in the 50s and what have you, as you know, he played in the ending of the last two seasons of the Good Times series after John Amos left the series, and then Florida got remarried, and she remarried Moses Gunn, the guy whose name was Carl, you see. And I think that in real life that Moses Gunn had died. You see what I'm saying? And I think what they did was, and they went on and killed the series. Now, another black actress who used to play some cold roles, you know what I'm saying, who was also a vocalist too. You know who that was? She used to be on Good Times. And it's not Bernadette Stannis. And it's not Janet Jackson, because Janet Jackson was on the series as a kid.
I was going to say Janet too. Who was it, Shabaki?
Her first name is Janet, but her last name is not Jackson.
What's her last name?
Dubois, Jeanette Dubois. The one that played Willona. Yeah, the one that played Willona. Okay. Oh yeah, Leon Isaac Kennedy, Penitentiary. I remember that. And then that's where they had that motherfucker in there, half dead. And what was the brother's name? The Jola, but Jaja, I think. And I saw the Jola in another movie, man. You know what I'm saying? Where he was real cold. You know what I'm saying? Everybody remembers Penitentiary. You know what I'm saying? When he beat up Half Dead, he was trying to punk him, and he whooped Half Dead's ass. You know what I'm saying? And the motherfucker who played Half Dead, his name was DeJola the Badger. Now, let's go back to the original movie with Max Gillian called The Mac. And at the beginning of the movie of The Mac, the Badger is in there, and he was the dude who went up there to the Oakland Police Department saying that he was Jesus Christ. And then the cop sitting at the desk said, "Fool, you on some shit, get the fuck up out of here." He says, "By the way, where the fuck you from now?" He says, "Jerusalem." That shit was funny as hell.
Know a lot of history. He should write a book.
Okay. Val Hawkins says 1954. Shabaka knows lots of history. I'm only speaking of the history that I've lived through. You see what I'm saying?
The Chronicles of Shabaka. That's what we need.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Hold on, bruh. You know what, Brother Chair? I like that. Yeah. We need to produce a StreamYard podcast on that.
Yeah.
And then please, if we decide to do it, get all the clips on Malcolm X that you can. Get all the clips on Huey P. Newton that you can. And then, of course, get all the clips on Dr. King. Get all the clips you can on our girl Cicely Tyson, who was coming up through that time. And then, of course, Sidney Poitier, and make damn sure we get that clip of In the Heat of the Night where Sidney slapped that white man. And then the cold part about it is that when Sidney slapped that white man, they called that, elders was telling me, they were saying, yeah, that was a slap that was heard around the world. And then when the white boy was up there rubbing his cheek after Sidney got his mind right, well, Rod Steiger, who was the original Gillespie, and the white man tells the Sidney, "Well, Gillespie, you saw. What you gonna do, Gillespie?" And Gillespie says, "Well, I don't know." I'll never forget that. And then Rod Steiger told him, man, you crazy. I got to get you out of here, man. It's because you just slapped one of the most important white men's around here. And this is why a few years after that, I appreciated Ali beating the shit out of Jerry Quarry. I appreciate him beating the shit out of Oscar Bonavina, because Oscar Bonavina gonna call Ali, you chickens, you should go to the army. And Ali just said, yeah, okay, motherfucker. Pow, ping, bam, bam, bam. But Oscar Bonavina wasn't no joke, and he knocked his ass out in the 15th round. Oscar Bonavina, he was awesome for a heavyweight. Now, can't take that there away from him. Now, Another movie that you all have definitely got to see out of that era is called Cotton Comes to Harlem and Come Back Charleston Blue, which was the sequel to it. Is because you remember when we was talking about Judy Pace with her fine ass?
Yeah.
She was in Cotton Comes to Harlem. You see what I'm saying? You know, where the white boy was trying wanted to get some of that chocolate cherry, you know what I'm saying? So she tricked his ass and threw him out in the hallway ass naked. You know what I'm saying? She was funny as hell, you know. And then I do recall, Brother Che, that we did the story on her when she did the TV show called The Young Lawyers. And as you all know, Judy Pace had a sister by the name of Jean Pace, who was married to Oscar Brown Jr. And Oscar Brown Jr. was out of the Shy, and he made this big hit called The Signified Monkey, boom, 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 boom. And then we also had borrowed some of Mr. Brown Jr.'s material when we was on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk when we did Bid Him In, when we did a few episodes there where OBJ was about you know, was talking about the auction blocks of our women being bought and sold here in America. Okay, Cal Dog say, I was just about to say that the Dr. Umar scammed back to Africa. Yeah, man. Yeah, Cal Dog, very disappointed because me and Che was talking about that. You know what I'm saying? And then one of our sisters, you know, was very hurt by that. I'm not going to say sister's name. I speak to her on a regular basis, you know, who's definitely a pro-Black school teacher. She did co-host Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and when you piss her off, she will cuss you out because I listened to the playback and some idiot came in there with some bullshit and she went on in and gave him the business. You know what I'm saying? You know, hey, see, the problem is with you dumpsters and the biscos out there, you white folks so high and mighty. But then when your ass get humbled by this crooked, narcissistic bastard that you reelected who or selected that shitting on himself, wearing diapers and all that. Yeah, Val, I know about Umar. Yeah, I know. We had Umar on our very, very episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and the motherfucker hung up on us.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But it's okay. God does not like ugly. You know what I'm saying? Now, I might not be the most intelligent motherfucker there is, but I do try to know what the fuck I'm talking about. Go ahead, Brother Che.
All right, so moving along to somebody that got emboldened by the dump as in human shit and went to perfectly clear.
Chud that asshole right there with that cowboy hat on, thinking he John Wayne, huh?
Yeah, that motherfucker there.
Yeah, that motherfucker. He get his ass beat. Yeah.
It's any day now, Shabaki. Any day.
Oh, okay.
Chud the Builder just lost the support of his radical white conservatives for doing this.
Okay.
So I think it's Water God. No, Street Media TV gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
Chipping out. It's Dom Luca, great value. It's a great value, Dom Luca. Keep chipping out. Keep chipping out. Do it. Try it right now.
Chud the Builder is going around antagonizing Black people, man. And this is the thing. I blame the government, this country, everything. We don't have anything on the books that specifically protects Black Americans. You have things on the book under the Civil Rights Act of 57 that protects POC and people of color all within the jurisdiction. You have all that bull crap, but you don't have nothing on the books to particularly specifically protect foundational Black Americans on what happened to us here on this soil, man. So because of that, you have W's that go around just doing all kinds of stuff, antagonizing Black folks with mace, firearms, all kinds of stuff. And he's committing a hate crime, right? He's committing a hate crime. And now you're starting to have W's, right? W supremacists, they're coming out against this and they don't want no parts of it because they know that he's breaking the law and he's going against their strategy, right? So now they're calling up lawyers, they're doing everything to separate themselves from this guy Chud the Builder, right? So they're putting
Because
up stuff
they
like
scared.
this. Guy's a misfit patriot. Here's some not so friendly advice for that effing moron Chud the Builder. Under Tennessee Code 3911-611, the person loses the right to claim self-defense if they try, provoke, or initiate the confrontation. You're going to get pow and create BLM 2.0. That's the only effing reason I care about saving your effing life. It's not worth the clicks. So knock it off before you win a gold medal in the Darwin Olympics. So they don't really give a damn about these people wicked themselves. They don't really give a damn about us. They don't want him to do something and form something for Black people uniting, right? And wanting to do better for ourselves. So I keep telling y'all, Black dysfunction is profitable. They want us in the position that we're in, right? So they can always use the media to make fun of us, destroy us, right? But they're talking like this.
Let me explain something to this guy, Chud the Builder. Okay, Chud, this is for you. I'm gonna screen record this and I'm gonna post it. All right. So here, Chud. You're going to get shot or kicked out of you. When that happens,
right,
you're not going to win a lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
This is an insane take, right? So one of these kick streamers was like, hey,
destroyer.
Whoever hits this guy, punches him in the face or beats him up, if you catch a charge, you can create a GoFundMe and you're going to get like $100,000 easy, right? For your defense. The streamer's 100% right. He's 1,000% right.
Yeah.
Right? When they beat the shit out of you or worse, right? They're going to get insane amounts of sympathy. You are going to do so much damage to the movement, which is why I'm calling you out. I'm trying to stop you from doing this dumb shit. And I know you're only doing it because you're a grifter who's just click chasing sensationalist content, right? But think about the risk you're taking. Is it worth it? I don't know how much you're getting. Probably
get this $100,000, homie.
Enough for your life.
Smash this motherfucker.
One of them's a lot of them want to beat the out of you, rightfully so. I think you deserve it. Right. If you're going into Black neighborhoods and calling people the hard R, you deserve to get the kicked out of you. You don't deserve to die.
It will happen. It will happen. Oh, yeah.
I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to die. But when this dude said, if they come at you, they're going to get a lot of money. He's right. He's not encouraging anyone to assault you. He's stating a fact. He goes into Black neighborhoods.
Yeah.
He antagonizes people.
Yeah.
He says they're chimping out, comparing them to monkeys, trying to get them really upset. He then says it's because of free speech. It's not.
Yeah.
The first thing, one of the first things you learn when you're a concealed carry holder is if you use your
Shabaka and audience, I don't have to check at least 2 Nabiscos or OTBs in my goddamn building for saying the N-word. You're not Black. I don't care how many Black kids you had. I don't care how much Black family you have.
Yeah, or how many Black prostitutes you paid, with your trick ass. No, motherfucker, I ain't nobody's nigga.
Right. I'm not talking to you. You shouldn't be saying that at all.
Who's saying this?
People in my...
we got a troll?
No, in my building where I live.
Okay.
No trolls yet. They got to They got to subscribe to troll. So.
Okay.
You got to leave.
And Val says he got to leave my people alone. Okay. And you know what this dumb bastard might do, Brother Che, to show how history repeats itself.
He needs to take his ass to Memphis and talk that shit. He needs to go to Orange Town, Binghaven, or even South Haven. Talk that shit South Haven and see how long you live in Caucus. They think this is a game. I was telling Tori and Rain Reloaded about the white boy that got beat up at that club.
Yeah.
In North Mississippi.
Okay.
And they were talking crazy, and the bouncer told him to leave, or the owner told him to leave, and he came back, and they had put hands and feet all over that Nabisco.
Okay.
That's what's going to happen. It's only a matter of time. Some people, a couple of months, I say a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'll give this motherfucker 30 days at the outside, going at his current rate.
Because he was not ready for that smoke when our brother pulled up, who was strapped to, and said, "Hey, I Second Amendment too. What's up?" Yeah, none of that chimping out energy. Then he started and calling the police.
Calling the police, the race soldiers.
And the police told him, "Hey, man, we've been watching you. We know what you're doing."
And they told him to get up out the neighborhood.
Yeah, shake the spot. We know what you're doing. You're making a block hot, like this cracker telling his fellow in the business, "Hey, man, you're making a block hot. You're making it too hot. So you're blowing our cover." We want to think that we're in a colorblind society, and there's no such thing as racism. That doesn't exist. You're blowing our cover.
Yep.
With your antics.
Yeah, with your bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's that bullshit.
So,
He
gonna get unalived. So he's issuing a warning to his fellow Nabisco, his fellow WS supremacists. And you slow your roll. You're doing too much.
Or weapon, right? Because if you start a fight and use your weapon.
And see, this guy said you're causing damage to the movement. These are big time W supremacists, right? But what they don't come out and just call you the N-word to your face. They play videos and try to show us as being lazy, always whining and complaining, thinking about the past, don't want to move to the future. Like they want to tell us what to do and tell us how we should feel about
bug
certain
dance
things.
and shit.
Because they used to telling us
Hollywood.
They're saying that America's not racist no more. It's all about economics now. So now when you got Chud out here, Chud is exposing how they really think, how they really feel. Chud is exposing W America. And why Chud even had an audience in the first place, because a lot of people think like Chud. That's why they're trying to shut Chud up. Because when they come out and under this administration, when they come out and they say that like we're crybabies and we're always whining and crying and we're always throwing the race card, they get people to believe them. But then when Chud comes out and does this, it puts a black eye on what they're trying to do.
You're gonna lose a self-defense argument.
Exactly.
Right?
Cool.
The first thing you do in any situation is try to get out of the situation. If you're looking for a legal defense, right? You have to do everything in your power to not use your weapon in order to have a self-defense argument. What about stand your ground? Even in stand your ground, even in Texas, right? I can't just shoot somebody because they got near me, right? That's not self-defense. I thought you have to think that they're a reasonable threat to your safety, but you can't create the threat. If you do that, here's what's going to happen. They're going to go to jail, right? Obviously, for either assault or murder, right? But let's say you live. And let's say you want to sue them for assault. Let's say you want to go after them for beating you up. The defense is going to screen record hours of you calling black people the hard R, going into neighborhoods intentionally with a gun on you and pepper spray, starting fights, calling them the hard R, saying they're chimping out, and they are coming back and they're going to go, are you out of your friggin' mind? You're never winning that case. And then they will have a countersuit.
Exactly. Cool.
You'll lose. I'm trying to help you because you are dumb.
So when you do a background on these people are W supremacists.
They ain't said nothing.
And the funny thing is, they're talking like they don't rock with us. Listen to him when he talk. No emotion.
Anti-black ass. They ain't said
Right?
nothing
And they don't have a problem with Chud saying what he's saying. They got a problem with him going into black neighborhoods, antagonizing black people with it. See, the whole thing is this. They know the history of this country, and the W calling us that word is a hate crime because, first of all, y'all still in power. If you okay with him using the N-word, what stops the police from using it? Or a doctor if he got to do surgery on me, or a judge, or a W that I have to put my life, you know what I mean, in their hands at that time, but they see me as a ninja, as a worthless ninja, right? So just you using that word and being okay with using that word is a problem, and it's a hate crime. We have nothing to protect us from. So what he's trying to do, because they don't want to mess up their movement that they have, they're bringing on lawyers, they're bringing on all kinds of stuff to show that what Chud is doing is wrong, to get Chud to stand down so you don't have other white people like Chud coming out here and doing that to make money.
Or if he was to shoot them and kill them, would he have a self-defense argument? Like what
state is it?
Tennessee. So basically,
It's going to depend. It's going to depend on the Tennessee code, which I'm sure you probably looked up and are going to tell me. But
yeah, I just sent it to you.
There's a certain amount of incitement of the violence, and there's a certain amount of
well, like
basically, you're looking at, did the person who came at them feel threatened by his behavior to the point that they actually are defending themselves? That's the question.
Sure. So Tennessee Penal Code 39-11-611 says a person loses the right to claim self-defense if they provoked or initiated the confrontation. So he has.
Yeah, so there you go. So that sounds basically like a requirement to retreat type of statute where you don't get to go and basically wind people up and threaten them to the point that they are afraid of how aggressive you are and then claim self-defense when they do act on how threatened they feel, if that makes sense.
Now, the argument that these people are making is it's free speech. Oh, well, she'll call back.
Well, both my phone was on silent and I could hear it ringing.
Yeah, no, I figured your phone. I figured your phone died. So as I was saying, right, the argument people are giving is that racial slurs are still protected speech, right? So what would you say to that argument?
Hell no.
If racial slurs are protected speech?
Yeah, so considering this is their argument, I think it's stupid, but you're a lawyer, so I'm just trying to get the legal side. They're saying because racial slurs are protected speech, the person can't be retaliated against for their words, even if they're mean words.
I mean, but here's the problem. Racial slurs may be protected speech as far as protecting you from actions by the government.
Thank you.
But it is still hate speech.
Yeah,
okay?
I mean, yeah, no, and I don't believe in hate speech, and I don't even think that you technically do either. You're talking about the actions.
So this is the alt-right coming out against him, man, because he's going out. You know, they do a lot of stuff, man. You know, just don't get caught, or if you get caught, don't mention us. They support Chud. They don't like the way Chud is going about doing it. So they're showing all kinds of things to stop other W's from going to do it, but they don't give a damn. He said you're doing damage to our movement. What movement? What movement is this? Right? What movement do you speak of? Right? We know what movement you speak of. We know what movement it is. All of them are alt-right, man. It's police officers, judges, doctors, lawyers, man, social workers, all kinds of people, man, that's part of that alt-right movement, man, that put on a disguise and come out and disguise themselves as just normal, regular people, but they're staunch racists, man. That's who they are, right? But, you know, like I said, man, Chud the Builder, man, he's getting banned everywhere, and what he was doing should have been a hate crime, man. Should have been a hate crime. But y'all let me know what y'all think.
Right.
Man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
Man, it's just a matter of time, man, before this motherfucker becomes a goddamn sanitation problem, okay? And then just go on and let him scrape this stupid ass motherfucker up, man, and throw his ass in the trash and shit can him. He's bringing his shit on himself.
Yeah. So did
this motherfucker. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
So did his antics just prove FBAs need our own hate crime bill? Yes.
Yeah, and also too, it also proved that we as a people needed to form our own goddamn militias. You see what I'm saying? Get up there on them pistol ranges and lock and load, man. Because see, if this son of a bitch with his drunk ass is this bold, imagine how he's emboldened all the wannabe pussy ass motherfuckers that want to do the same shit.
Well, he's one of them wannabe pussy ass motherfuckers. His damn self.
Yeah, exactly. You see, but
he was dressed up like a whole fairy not too long ago. And now he's built that ass thinking he John Wayne or something. And he can go up people in Nashville, in suburbs of Nashville. Notice I'm saying Nashville. He's not going to Memphis. He's not going to Mason. He's not going to any other predominantly black cities.
Yeah, he ain't going to St. Louis. He damn sure ain't going to the Chi.
He ain't going to Cincinnati. He ain't going to Louisville. He gonna keep his ass where he at.
Yeah, exactly.
Step outside them bounds, he gonna get dealt with.
Yeah, and he damn sure ain't going to Panther Town.
Hell to the no.
Yeah. He ain't going to SC. He ain't going to South Central LA with that shit.
He's not coming to East Denver, Colorado with that bullshit.
Yeah, man. I mean, this grandstanding, dumb bunny ass motherfucker right here, man, is seeking attention. And I think this here, what Cool Keezy said, this is one of these moist motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Keezy, like you say, he a moist motherfucker looking for attention, man. That's all this motherfucker's looking for, some damn attention.
He gonna get it.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get it big time. So hopefully this motherfucker got his dental insurance in order. Hopefully his life insurance is paid up. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully for his stupid ass, he's written his last will and testament. Because what's gonna happen, you big dumb hillbilly ass fuck, you're gonna catch a brother. No. Here's who's gonna take him out. He's gonna come across a big butt sister who packs, okay, who's had a very, very fucked up ass day. You know what I'm saying? And gonna come up there with her and probably harassing. She's gonna dump on him. And yeah, cow dog, that's what I'm building up to. And all he needs to do is take his ass, man, in Los Angeles, man, and he will get his mind right. You see what I'm saying? And then have Angela's funeral home scrape up his remains after leaves the LA County Coroner's office and ship his raggedy ass from LAX back to Tennessee. And he can go down there and get buried with his JD sour mash.
What was the intersection where Reginald Denny got the ass?
Florence and Normandy. Yeah. That's on South Central. Florence and Normandy. Yeah, he need to go over there, man. I think some of the brethren are left off. Yeah, let them go over there on that intersection and talk that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he ain't gonna make it.
He ain't gonna make it. He's just like old boy said that the clip that we try to get on a dumpster Kid Rock drunk motherfucker full of that JD. Another American sad ass is what this motherfucker is.
Yep. Except does sad ass go around antagonizing black people?
No, the American sad ass, man, that was the fool that got up there, man, drunk, talking, man, you fuck with Trump, you fuck with me. So the white dude who made it, he says, you American sad ass, you ain't gonna do shit with your drunk ass. You know what I'm saying?
The sister gonna around a bunch of money, is what Cow Dog said.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a big butt sister to go up there to trick his ass, and he's gonna get mad about that. She might dump on him. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? She might dump on his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Do you remember Sean Football Williams?
Oh yeah. Sean Football Williams. Val, wasn't he down there in 1992? Yeah, wait a minute. Football Williams. I remember Sean Football Williams. I remember the name. Okay, Val, give me some, enlighten me on it, man, because I'm an old bastard, man. You know what I'm saying?
Val was a sister, Shabaki.
Oh, most apologies, sister. Okay. Most humble apologies, Sister Val. Most humble apologies. Okay. Sean Football Williams. Wait a minute. Football Williams. Sister. Did Football Williams make a name for himself in 92 during a rebellion?
Yep.
Florence and Normandy. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sister. Yeah. Thank you, sister. Yeah.
Careful with Chattanooga.
And Cool Keezy said he better be careful in Chattanooga.
He ain't going to Knoxville. He ain't going to Chattanooga.
He damn sure ain't going to Memphis.
He damn sure ain't going to Memphis. He ain't going to Mason.
Yeah.
He ain't going to Louisville. He ain't going to Cincinnati.
He ain't going to Houston.
He ain't going to Mount Bayou.
Exactly. He ain't going to Dallas, down there with Governor Bud. He ain't going there. Yeah. I think this stupid bastard man might get his shit smashed, man. You know what I'm saying? Here in Las Vegas.
He ain't leaving Tennessee. He ain't leaving Nashville. He ain't leaving the suburbs of Nashville. That's where he's safe and feels comfortable.
Oh, yeah. Now, here's something, Brother Che, on the Scorpion unit, man. Wasn't that there the Nashville or the Memphis TD that did in our brother down there?
Yeah, that was Memphis, and those was Tellers.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So you coward ass motherfuckers that beat that brother down there in Memphis because he was fucking one of y'all's ex-wives. Here's some work for you right here.
Those were Tethers. They're not gonna white
Yeah. Yeah.
Those were Tethers that did that.
Okay.
Kamami said that she was gonna make Biden in the Congress sign the George Floyd Policing Act.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so far they ain't did nothing. Yeah, Reginald Denny, yeah. And then too, Cal Dog, the way I heard about Reginald Denny, man, he went through that intersection hitting his air horn saying, good for you niggas. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why he got the brakes beat off of him.
Yeah, you know, so the bangers went up there and got their bang on upside his head, you know?
The Crips put in major work that day.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Moving along, Tariq gonna give us an update on why we need a hate crime behind this bullshit this Bisco been doing.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute because I know
in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Round of applause to you. We are definitely in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to have y'all in here. Y'all give me a retweet. I haven't been on these Twitter streets in a few weeks, but I'm here. You know, I wanted to chop it up with the family. Y'all come on in. Y'all give me a nice retweet. Let everybody know that we are in the building. And we're pretty early on the weekend. Respect. Let me shout out some of the regulars in here before we get started. You know how we got to get down with that. Who do we see? I see a lot of good folks in here. FBA Carolina. We have Royal Blue. I see Ghost, Miss Beverly. I see the Earth Angel. I see Saturn. I see Miss Divine in the building. 666 in the building. The lovely Tierra Dynamite in the building. I see FBA Town Business. Miss Candace in the building. Average in the building. Brother Martin from Brazil in the building. Our Brazilian brother. The legendary Ty Powell. Sir Mike. Grinds TV. Nikki the God. The Great Black Shark, Brother Arthur, Brother Maroc, the legendary Tethanator in the building. So respect to the family. All right, respect to the family. Well, you know, first thing we got to talk about
John Lewis.
And we're going to get some calls in a minute.
What happened to that?
We're talking about Chud the Builder again, you know, the white tea supremacist who's running around Nashville harassing people, who's being allowed to harass people. We got to look at it from that perspective. This Chud the Builder, aka Dalton Etherly, who's basically a white supremacist loser. He's trying to get his weight up and his clout up by using black people, by going around using racial epithets, harassing innocent black people, and then threatening to pepper spray them or pull out a pew pew on them if they retaliate. And I want to look at the bigger picture here. Because we've been talking about how they are allowing him to do this. Law enforcement is basically allowing him to do this. See, we got to look at the bigger picture. The DAs and the prosecutors out there, they could do something about this dude, but they are allowing him to do all this stuff. See, this is why we got to look at the bigger picture. Now, remember, a couple of years ago, black people, especially in New York, if you were a black person and you got into an argument with an Asian person, they'd hit you with a hate crime. Black people were getting hit with hate crimes for arguing with Asians. You understand? You didn't have to do anything to them, just arguing with them. And they claim, well, you said a racial epithet. And what was the epithet? Like, you Asian mofo. Oops, that's a hate crime. So they were hitting folks up with hate crime charges. They're not doing anything to this guy, which is a clear hate crime. So family, this is why we need to use the Chud situation as an opportunity to show why it is important that we have a hate crime bill specifically for foundational Black Americans. We need to let them know, hey, since you guys are going to let a vile, rabid white supremacist run around and not do anything to them, well, damn it, if y'all want us to vote, let's get a hate crime bill going. We're not going to ignore this guy. We need a hate crime bill specific for us. Now, for the people who try to say, well, there's already hate crimes, and there's bills against targeting people based on race, no, we need something very specific for us, just like they've done specific crime bills for Jewish people, for Asians, like that COVID hate crime bill. That was a specific crime bill for Asians. Roland and those guys tried to lie about it, but no, that was a specific crime bill for them. We need to stand on business and say we need the same thing for us based on Chud. The more popular he gets, we need to utilize whatever popularity he gets to push more for a crime bill. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Because his situation proves that hate crime laws are basically enforced disproportionately. You know, he goes around Clarksville and Nashville harassing innocent Black people. You know, when people go out, they don't expect to be harassed by a vile white supremacist. You're just minding your business. And they're allowing this vile white supremacist to disrupt the social contract. Remember those words? When Jordan Neely was up there in New York arguing with himself, they said it was justified in getting behind him and choking him out. They said that was justified because he was breaking the social contract. All right, well, this Dalton Etherly, aka Chud the Builder, he's breaking the social contract.
Okay, Cow Dog.
Every single day and using it for content.
Have a good night.
General hate crime laws are supposed to protect everybody, but when a guy can build a platform entirely on intimidating Black people without facing really any consequences like that, this shows that those laws are just not being enforced equally. Let's be very clear. Dalton knows not to go to no synagogue. He knows not to run around here saying Jewish this, Jewish that. You know, that he'd be arrested immediately. He knows not to do this with Asians. He would be arrested immediately. The book would have been thrown at him. You understand? He couldn't do it to Arabs. They throw the book at him. So we need protection that's explicitly tailored to our unique history of harassment. The harassment we face, this is not generic. It's rooted in a very specific, historically ingrained anti-Blackness. See, when we get targeted, it carries the weight of centuries of systemic abuse. So general legislation kind of waters down this reality. Yeah. Just like when they had the hate crimes for Asians, they hadn't been going through historic discrimination like that. The minute they got, I mean, literally the minute they got a little anger based on the virus or whatever, the minute they got a little pushback, immediately there were hate crimes for them and a Stop Asian Hate movement. And there was all types of money and resources allocated. Literally overnight, we have to go through this stuff century after century, and we get some kind of generic catch-all hate crime that's for everybody.
Yes.
Anytime they put something together for us, they got to attach somebody else. Just like that James Byrd, what's that other guy? The James Byrd, what's his name? The LGBT white boy who was unalived.
William Shepard.
And he was unalived based on a damn drug deal going wrong. It wasn't because of his sexuality. What was the guy's name?
Matthew Shepard.
God, what's that? Y'all raise your hand if you know the guy's name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I get old nigga brain farts. Raise your hand if you know the name. I can't go on without remembering the name. It was James Byrd.
Matthew Shepard.
What was that crime bill? Yo, raise your hand, somebody. Somebody knows. Where you at?
Matthew Shepard.
Where you? Okay, let's try Great Black Shark. I know he knows.
Yeah.
Great Black Shark, hop on, brother.
You hear me?
Yes, Shabaka.
Oh, where you at, Great?
Yeah, I'm on the Bluetooth so I could be hands-free.
Okay, Great Black. I don't know where you at. Let me get Black Alpha. Why am I having a brain fart? Black Alpha, what's up, brother? Matthew, there we go. There we go. My man, thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Matthew Shepard, right. Oh, I got it. You're right. Matthew Shepard, yeah. They had a crime bill because a brother got lynched by some white supremacists. So they wanted to throw a crime bill together, but they had to attach a white LGBT cat to it. So basically, the Matthew Shepard thing, they use the historic weight of lynching to tap on and make that equivalent to what happened to Matthew Shepard, which wasn't the same. He knew the guy who unalived him, and they knew each other. It was like a little drug deal that went wrong, but they had to make it comparable. So now, when that crime bill is enforced, it's really only enforced for LGBT. You understand? That crime bill is only enforced for LGBT, and they do that for a reason. They have to tie us and attach us to other people so that we can't get any benefit of the crime bill. But when something happens to these other groups, they try to make it equivalent to lynching and anti-Black racism.
I remember
you see the little Jedi mind trick, and that's the Democrats who do this bullshit.
Yeah, they tied Bird to the back of a pickup truck, and
it's the Democrats
who dismembered him. And the cold part about it was he was getting drunk with these.
So we have to say, no. We can't have political silence when it comes to us. Where are the Democrats? Where's the political class in Tennessee? The Democrats, they're kind of silent on this, and they're the main ones who need to be pushing this crime bill for us specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they'll condemn hate speech when it affects other communities. When you start talking about immigrants or illegals, they trip over themselves to say, oh, no, we can't do that. Oh, we got a whole pool of money to stop all that.
Yeah, they did, Val Hawkins. I remember that very well in 94.
White supremacists running around here just openly and blatantly engaging in anti-Black racism against us. They're not saying anything. And he's monetizing it. So we have to look at the politicians, all of them, the Republicans and the Democrats. You see? See that right now, the system creates a hierarchy of who gets protected and who gets ignored. So when politicians and prosecutors have to figure out if an incident fits into a broad general hate crime statute, our cases get pushed to the bottom of the pile. And then it gets dismissed as First Amendment expressions and all that shit. So a bill dedicated specifically to foundational Black Americans, that's going to remove all that ambiguity. that's going to say that our safety is a priority. It's not an afterthought. And with this dude, it's not just words. This dude has physically assaulted people. He threatens people. It's going to go bad. It's clearly going to go bad at any moment. This dude is a powder keg.
He's a train wreck ready to happen.
Waiting to explode. It's not about First Amendment. It's not about just words. This guy is putting his hands on people. He's pepper spraying people.
No, he like 50.
So they let somebody continuously test the waters of racial harassment without any legal pushback.
Yeah.
You see, that's a problem.
He's an old general.
Yeah. So we're not asking for anything that's unprecedented. We've seen specific legislation drafted for Jewish communities, Asian communities, other protected classes, LGBT. Yeah. So why are we treated as the exception? If other groups can receive tailored legal shields against these crime waves like what we're seeing now, they can do the same. We got to stop letting these people give us a bunch of excuses. You see? And the Democrats, man, we've been the foundational Black Americans historically have been the most consistent, reliable voting bloc for the Democrats. So how long can they expect that loyalty if they remain silent on us being harassed in the streets? See, the Democrats are running around here whining about they're not getting the Black vote like they need it. Yeah. The hell we voting for you for? You ain't doing nothing. Right. Yeah, you only come around when you need us to put you in office.
Exactly.
When we're telling you there's problems out here that we want the political class to do something about, because when we hit the streets and try to do it on some vigilante style, we get caught up. Y'all start hitting us up with your damn crime bills that you done implemented with Clinton and Biden. So we protect ourselves. It's like, damn if we do, damn if we don't. Yeah. So this whole harassment as a business model, that has to be criminalized. We see streamers like Etherly monetizing the hate against us. You can't do that with other people. You're profiting off racially harassing Black people, innocent Black people who are going out minding their business. And this vile white supremacist is harassing them, violating their civil rights. Yeah. So we need legislation that targets the business of anti-Black intimidation. You see? And we need law enforcement to be accountable for this stuff. See, when the police in Clarksville and Nashville watch this happen and basically do nothing, they're complicit. The prosecutors and DAs, they're complicit. You see, so if something happens, this guy ends up ambushing somebody. I hope the family hits the city and wipes them clean. In the court, on a civil case at least, because we've been warning the city that this is happening and this is a problem and they're going to have to do something about it. And let me say this, a lot of people are like, well, this guy's getting away with it. And respect to the people of Nashville, let me say that, because this Etherly guy, his whole shtick is, well, the Blacks are going to chimp out. Nobody's chimped out on the guy. Nobody's really, he got pressed at a gas station. He went over there to the trenches and they pressed him, and then he immediately got on the phone whining to the police.
Right.
But the Black citizens of Nashville, you know, they had a lot of very strategic restraint, and I respect that.
Yeah.
Because they see martyrdom, they see it's a martyrdom trap. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? This Dalton Chud guy, what he's trying to do, because he's a loser, look like he's trying to really commit suicide by community. So he knows he's an insignificant loser. He wants to transition from a failing streamer to a white supremacist martyr. So he wants a viral exit strategy. So if he gets erased, it's on camera so his name can live on in all white history. It's like a Dylan Roof. You know, he's a loser, so he crashed out. He knew he was going to get locked down and all that. So he wanted to take one for the white supremacist team. He wanted to martyr himself.
Damn.
So a lot of the Black community there, they're too smart to really give a nobody the historical relevance he's begging for.
Yeah.
So a lot of the people are showing restraint. They know what it is. They're like, this is trailer trash. This is trailer damn trash. You know, you got nice working class black folks up there in Nashville. You know what I'm saying? The people there, they know what's at stake. They're like, we raising our families. Ooh, do I have to take out this damn trailer park
right in
loser
front of the Grand Ole
put my
Opera.
family in jeopardy? A lot of people are thinking in terms of that. We gotta
beat his ass
go
in
through
front
all
of the
that
Grand Ole
trailer
Opera.
trash with nothing to lose.
Yeah, he does look like
they're
trailer
desperately
trash.
looking
for
for a
real.
reactionary Negro.
It just needs to go down.
And you know, the police over there, they're essentially acting like his unofficial security detail.
Around with that
You know,
shit.
trying to bait black people to crash out and all that stuff. So listen, understand, discipline is not the same thing as docility. A lot of people are saying the people in Nashville are docile. No, they're just
real quick.
You got a lot of working class people in Nashville. You know, they're just disciplined. This shows the civility and restraint that we have. Nobody's crashed out on this guy in Nashville. You understand? So a lot of people are refusing to give him a legacy. Now, let's be clear. That's not to say that somebody won't say, hey, you know what? I want that. Let's be clear. Somebody,
Exactly.
you know, you
Val.
keep pressing buttons, the elevator's
Buffalo,
gonna come
yeah.
down.
Yeah.
I had a homie
Yeah.
who one of the victims was his cousin.
Some people might be like, hey, I ain't got nothing to lose.
Got a homie
either.
who lost one of his cousins there in Buffalo.
You might meet somebody who has that same energy who don't give a damn. It's only a matter of time. You can only crap out and you can roll the dice only so long before you crap out.
Our nephew was
You
the same.
understand? Listen, patience is not infinite. Like I said, the community's been pretty strategic so far, but the political class need to understand they're playing a dangerous game.
Yeah.
You can't have somebody out here harassing innocent people indefinitely, and the law enforcement ain't doing nothing about it. And now somebody's gonna be like, "Hey, wait a minute, we gonna have to take care of this shit on our own." Somebody's gonna say, "Damn the consequences." Hey, we're not just gonna be threatened by this white supremacist indefinitely. We can't go out and enjoy ourselves. And no, somebody eventually is gonna say, "Hey,
enough is enough of this shit."
And as far as this dude, he's gonna keep trying to push the envelope with his content. There's only so much stuff he's gonna do in Nashville.
Right.
So he might try to expand into other cities. And you know,
go to Memphis.
That's not going to be good. And that's why he ain't going up there to Memphis. If he tries to go up there to Memphis, it's going to be a different thing. You got a bunch of cats in Memphis who want that.
Yeah, they want all the smoke.
You got people in Memphis who don't give a damn.
All the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's where they killed
But
Dr.
hey,
King.
Go to Orange Mound with that shit.
But hey, we'll see what's going on with that. Let me talk to the family in here. Capstar, you've been doing a lot of gesticulating and emojis and all this stuff. Capstar, what do you have to say, sir? Who is this?
I don't know, man. It just proves how unself-sufficient the FBA community is and how reliant on the white-run system you are and how you don't deserve reparations. You don't deserve reparations.
Explain.
I mean, you look at any inner city. I mean, there's black kids shooting each other every day. Why can't you just take out this man if he's being racist?
No, it's not. Black people are not shooting each other every day. That's not happening. Black
That's
crime is
manipulated
down
from
at
outside
historic
resources,
levels.
man.
We're not
Tell that
shooting each other
motherfucker to
every
call
day.
us up.
In the south side of Chicago, you are?
Right. In the south side of Chicago. Crime is down there too, sir. Y'all can't keep using Chicago as your go-to troll point. So yeah, so you're saying that somebody should take out your white supremacist brethren?
No, Val,
I'm not white,
that's
but you
some
should take him out. I mean,
You're not white. You're not white. What are you, sir?
I'm black, sir.
No, you're not.
I don't know how you want me to prove it. You can see my profile pic.
You don't have any picture up, sir. This is a troll account.
Right. No, I'm actually black, but why do you don't deserve
black.
reparations? You don't deserve reparations.
Black.
No,
That's why you keep
motherfucker,
othering
that
us.
day ain't for up there for you to say that. I wish the fuck you would call us up
You're
with
not
that
us. Where you from?
bullshit.
Where's your
We'll
family
roast the
from?
fuck out of you.
I'm from California, man.
Where's your family from, sir?
The U.S.
Where's your family from?
Would you say
The United States of America.
They're not from the United States. If you're not FBA,
just
that means your family is not from the United States. Where's your family from?
Bro, why does it matter? You just don't deserve
because
reparations.
You came in here talking about we don't
Get
deserve
rid of him,
reparations.
Tariq. We would have
Yeah, because you're relying on the white run system already.
You
You're relying
fled-
on the
your
white run
family-
system already.
Your family fled
No, we're
from
not.
somewhere, sir. So how are you at liberty coming to my country telling us what we shouldn't get, and you're a fleer?
How is it your country? You don't run anything.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
What do you run?
We run the culture of this country, sir. Without us,
And that's not tangible.
Without us, this country would collapse, sir. We are the culture of this country. We are the dominant culture of this country, sir.
This motherfucker would collapse.
You understand
without
that?
us.
We
That's a fact.
dictate what the culture is going to be. There is no culture besides foundational Black American culture, sir. You understand that? You tethers are not the culture. You're a fleer. You don't have a history of building a culture, sir.
How are you the culture when you were segregated 60 years ago?
Yeah, and yet they were using all of our ingenuity during that segregation, sir. They were using our inventions. They were using our entertainment acumen. They were using our sports acumen, building wealth off of it, which they still do, sir. We are the culture of this country, sir. We are the soft power of this country.
But you're the poorest in the country, though.
Sir, but we are the richest Black people on the planet. We have
because of your proximity
because we have trillions of dollars in spending power. So you, sir, come from a failed homeland where you eat bush meat and rub sticks together and wipe your ass with shea butter leaves, and you have to come over here with the wealthiest group of Black people on the planet, sir.
It's only because your proximity
it should be called thank you. That's what you should be saying, sir, right?
You're only rich because of your proximity to whiteness.
No, sir. We are wealthy in spite of the white supremacists. These people have done everything in their power to alleviate our wealth, and we had to rebuild over and over and over again. We've been sabotaged by these people repeatedly, and we still find ways to generate wealth. You get knocked down by one regime in your failed homeland, and you on an inner tube floating your ass over here, sir. So what are you talking about?
I'm from America, so I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah. You're an anchor baby, sir. You're welcome. And that's because of the 14th Amendment. That's because of us. You wouldn't be able to anchor that little musty ass over here if it were not for us, sir. You understand that?
Did you provide me opportunity when I got here,
yes,
though?
we did. You couldn't do nothing over here without us. Yes, we did, sir. Y'all couldn't do nothing over here without us. The white supremacists didn't want you over here. Do you think they wanted y'all over here just because?
They definitely didn't want you over here. They wanted to send
this
you back.
This is my country. No. They don't give it. No.
They wanted to send you back.
No. This is our country. They're Johnny-come-latelys. Most of the white supremacists came later. So they can't dictate where we're going to be. This is our shit, sir. That's why we ain't going nowhere. But they can get you up out of here. You have to look for ice trucks. We don't, right?
Bro, can you stop muting me, please?
No. We're having a dialogue, sir. I don't want you talking over me. I'm letting you talk, and I have to talk. Go ahead, right?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir.
Right.
How are you the culture when you're only in the South and you didn't create wealth anywhere else?
Sir, that's not true. We were all over this country, sir. We were in every nook and cranny of this country. We were not just in the South. We were everywhere in this country. Now, based on some of the racist tactics in some of the sundown towns, we were pushed into different areas and we had to fight, and we were flooded, and they would flood some of our communities. The white supremacists, they've done some very devious stuff to us. So we were not just in the South, sir. That's not.
But I'm confused. So if you allowed the white supremacists to do devious stuff, if you were
because it's called military. They've out militarized us. They've backed up their racism with military force. Now, why do you think these people have to use such military force on people who are 13% of the population? Are we that powerful that you have to use all your military against us?
No, because you ruined the racial homogeneity of this country.
How so?
Because it was started as an all-white country. It was built that way.
No, it wasn't.
The 1790 Naturalization Act says otherwise.
Yeah, but we were the majority over here, sir. So it could not have been.
How were you the majority?
1790, we were the majority over here. That's why they had to try to whiten it up.
You were never the majority.
We were. Yes, we were. Yes, we were. We were the majority over here. Places like South Carolina, we were the majority over here. This is why they had to start flooding the zone with a lot of the white tea people, sir. You understand?
Yeah, so who wrote the Constitution then?
The Constitution is based on the Iroquois Constitution, sir. It was based on that.
Did you write it though?
Yeah, we made some of the amendments that we utilize today. We pushed that. The 14th, 13th Amendment, that was a Black grassroots movement, sir. William Nesbitt and others out of Philadelphia pushed the 13th and 14th Amendment, making equal protections under the law and your citizens if you're born on this land. That was a 100% grassroots movement, sir. So yes, we have a constitutional relationship with this country and you don't. You have a fleeing relationship. You are a fleeing refugee, sir, who fled from his failed homeland, right?
I mean, I agree with that because you're the only reason other groups can come over here and claim to be American. It's because if perpetual like non-contributors can claim to be Americans, then anyone can claim to be American.
Non-contributors?
Yeah.
Hey, brother,
What does that-
who is this
who-
motherfucker
non-contributors?
Tariq is talking to?
Black Americans. They're perpetual non-contributors.
Dude, everything of the culture. Name something in this culture
I
that
will
we
cut
don't
that
have a
motherfucker
fingerprint
to
on. Name it.
shreds.
Go.
We can't go.
What do you mean by of the culture? What's the culture?
American culture, sir. Name something in American culture historically to this day that we don't have a fingerprint on. Go.
That you don't have a fingerprint on.
Okay,
The language.
Who?
The language you speak.
Okay, a lot of the language are indigenous languages here, sir.
You speak English.
Yeah, we also say indigenous words. There are a lot of indigenous words.
Oh
here.
my God, bro.
Sir, yeah, a lot of words here are not English words that we use. You know?
No, the only thing you contribute to is
no, even some of the states and cities. Alabama is not an English word, that's an indigenous word. Mississippi is not an English word, it's an indigenous word. You understand? Arkansas, Ohio, these are indigenous words, sir. You see how that works? These are not English words. We speak indigenous languages over here.
Sir, you're naming random states.
By the names of certain cities, sir. All right, in towns and states and areas. So we still speak the indigenous language, sir. Oh, goodness.
What else? What else did you
sir,
contribute to?
What did you contribute to in your failed homeland? You too ashamed to even name your failed homeland where your family's.
It's because I'm American.
Right, you're American now because of us.
Yeah, it's because if you're American, then I'm definitely American.
No, you ain't us. You a failed tether, sir. Your family fled over here. You too ashamed of your homeland. You can't speak on us. You can't even name your failed homeland. You're too ashamed of it, sir. You had to flee over here to us and become an anchor baby, sir. So you.
But sir, you couldn't even read 200 years ago.
Yes, we could. We could always read, sir. We taught each other in private. We showed the white tea supremacists. We had to say, yes, a bulge. I don't know what that means. We could read very well, sir. We would teach each other Tutnice and teach each other how to read using secret languages, sir. That's the kind of ingenuity that we have. Why do you think we had people like Frederick Douglass and others who were so damn articulate, and Benjamin Banneker and people who were so articulate, and Horace King and people like that who are very articulate? Yeah, we knew how to read. We just didn't let the white supremacists know this, sir.
Well, Tariq got him on that one.
And for every one of those people you just named, I could name 30,000 slaves that couldn't read. 30,000. For everyone, I can name.
Yeah. Some of us, if they force you to not read, if they say, if you read, we're going to unalive you. Yeah, I'll put the book down. But, sir, we as foundational Black Americans, we created the public school system in the South, sir, because when we got out of slavery, when we thought, wait, no, nothing, nothing. When we got ourselves out of slavery, we started the public schools with the freedmen schools, and we cut our illiteracy rate in half in a few damn years. Nobody has been able to do that, and we were so good with our public schools. The post-trailer crash, white people had to start doing it too, because they didn't like public schools. They didn't have a need to go to public schools, but they saw us being so thorough with the public schools. They said, okay, we need to put our white kids in public schools too, sir. So you're
right. And then they demanded integration with white students too, right after that, right?
You still demanded a fake laughing to hide the pain is just tether shit. Yeah, you can fake laugh. You're fake
Tariq,
forced
I don't even
laughing
understand why you on the
because you're
phone with
getting
that
sunned
motherfucker. I
with
would have
history
been on
right now. You're
his ass out the
the
studio.
white boy from Florida.
Running
Well,
off.
Yeah,
that's
you're
your
that little
platform,
sassy
Tariq. You
wide
running that
pussy
shit.
troll from Florida. I can tell by that fake forced laugh because these history facts are tearing that ass up. So your bussy gets tingly with laughter. You start laughing like LaToya Jackson. Because you can't counter anything that I'm saying, sir. You are forced. Yes, sir. You are fleeing failed tether. And you hate the fact that you have to live under the shadow of foundational Black Americans. You couldn't cut it. So key at that. Were you laughing when the water was hitting that bussy on that inner tube? Were you laughing when I beat down that white beat? Or were you laughing at that when that seawater was hitting that bussy floating over here from your failed homeland?
Man,
Were you
what
laughing
kind
at that
of
white
shit is
BBL?
Tariq on, man?
Was your
What in the
BBL
fuck is this
getting
shit he's
wet
on?
and dripping when you got here? All right. Was your BBL dripping when you got here? You had to wipe it down with wet wipes. Oh, jealous tether. Yeah, you over here because of us. Don't tell us what we didn't contribute. We are the contribution. We are the culture here.
Right.
The hell are you talking about? We are the culture. That's why you can't name anything what we ain't got our fingerprint on. You are the useless eater. You're the refugee, not us. You're the one having to look for ice vans, not us.
Some rude work on you. Put some rude work on.
Is this a commercial, Brother Che?
Put some rude work on you.
Yeah, that's commercial. That motherfucker definitely need to put some root work on him with his musty fleeing ass.
Yeah, well, where was that motherfucker from anyway? It sounded like he was from Canada or New York City.
No, Shabaka, he's not from here. That's why I kept asking where his family was from, and he's like, I'm an American now. Like, no, where the hell are your people from?
Okay, and he gave that away when he said now. Okay, so where the fuck was he born? You see what I'm saying?
He said he was born in the US, but like Tariq said, he's a tether anchor baby.
Okay. Tether anchor baby. Okay. That dude didn't sound too Black or African. He sounded like either Canadian or not British, but what's that other motherfucking English speaking country, man? Oh shit. Yeah, go ahead.
There's so many of them, but he's from here and his family now.
Yeah.
You could tell by his talk and speech he's not from here. So the hell with that, and what the hell he?
I wonder if that motherfucker was a Boer, Brother Che, because I told you, man, a few weeks ago, man, when I went to the gas station right here and I spoke with a Boer.
Yeah.
And I just asked him, where is he from? And he said, South Africa. I said, oh, you mean Azania? And he didn't say nothing. So I asked him, I says, well, where are you from, Johannesburg or Cape Town?
Yeah.
And he said, Cape Town. And the first fucking thing that came to my mind, he's Dutch. Do you see what I'm saying? He's Dutch,
Yeah, he could have been an Afrikaner. He could have been any of that shit. But he not.
Yeah, but the motherfucker, he looked like one of them goddamn blind-haired hillbilly motherfuckers down here from Kentucky and the Carolinas. That's for damn sure, And I started to ask him, man, about how does he deal with the heat here. But I know because I once I would have started getting on that, man, my ass probably would have wound up getting arrested. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. See. But,
This is hilarious.
Okay, having to look for ice vans is hilarious. Run, cracker, run, 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 cracker, run. And I'm still trying to reach out to them cats, Brother Che.
In this case, it'd be run, tether, run.
Yeah. And then there's another brother by the name of Rick Madden, I believe the sergeant major, who goes up there, man, on his platform, man, carrying a flag that says fuck Trump, you know. So they be trying to give him the business, man. And that motherfucker, he be putting a hurting on them motherfuckers intellectually. So I'm trying to reach out to him, you know. I'm trying to reach out to some content creators who are coming up, you know what I'm saying? But been on less time than we are. Yeah, the boys look dirty, man. Yeah, Val. Yeah, they look real dirty. They blonde-haired, blue-eyed motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? And they look like unwashed hillbillies to me.
Oh, you know what's about that? I think that motherfucker's one of the Myron Gaines supporters. He probably from the Sudan.
From the where?
Sudan.
Okay, the cat that Tariq was talking to?
Yeah.
He didn't sound Sudanese to me.
Neither does Myron Gaines.
Yeah. And he's from the Sudan.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they war like a motherfucker over there in the Sudan. Yeah.
Well,
because they even made a movie. Yeah, go ahead.
He tried to do this type of shit on his show. He'll be going after sisters, though. He don't do that shit to the men. He go after the sisters, calling them a bunch of bees and shit. And
he'll come across the wrong sister, man. You know, who knows? Maybe he might come across Khalil Ali and call her that shit.
He pulled a gun out on the sister.
He pulled a gun out. Okay, that's ADW.
Mm-hmm.
And he ain't got a court date?
Nope.
He ain't got a booker number?
Nope. They allow this shit to go on. The police in cahoots with these months. They allow this shit.
Well, the X-Man told us that over 60 years ago, damn near 70 years ago, the X-Man told us that. The community has the highest amount of crime and the highest amount of police, so surely the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals.
Yeah, and the white supremacists.
Well, they criminals too.
Right.
They're the criminals, you know?
And the tethers, they're in cahoots with all three.
Yeah. Well, tethers, man, only thing I can say about that. A tether is a brainwashed motherfucker, man, looking to find his identity as a black man.
Yeah, from a foreign land.
Yeah. So the tether is pretty much what they would call in search of an identity.
Yeah, but they're of a foreign origin.
Yeah. And a colonized or neo-colonized origin. Oh, and by the way, too, Brother Jay, Professor Patrice Lumumba, man, he gave some recent lectures on that where he's addressing that issue as well, too.
Oh, about time. I was wondering when Pan Goofies was going to step up to the plate on that, because we've been stressing this for at least a decade. Dr. Claude Anderson been stressing this for over 2 decades, probably 3, 4 decades.
And I think Professor PLO Lumumba has been doing his stuff for about 35, 40 years himself. He's happy.
Yeah, I don't think he's messing with Dr. Claude Anderson, though, on the heaviness.
Okay.
Dr. Claude Anderson was warning us about this shit for decades.
And then Dr. Anderson did say it's going to be the immigrants who's going to be the new Ku Klux Klan. So I'll give him his intuitive foresight on that one, you know. Yeah.
He said he gave us till 2013.
Yeah. So he was only like about shit, you know, he was within 10 years of his prediction, you know. And then just like with Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, I put the video up where she was talking to somebody, and she was talking about the white woman's fascination with the black man's Johnson. You know what I'm saying?
We got Lady Chase.
Okay, and so then
they got they got our immigrant coons. That's the identity they have.
Immigrant coons, yeah. And so Dr. Francis Course Wilson, I tried to send it to you, but I don't think, Brother Jay, they're allowing me on YouTube to forward videos, because she was with Tony Brown talking about that before her passing. She was just talking about the white man. Okay. The white man has a fetish for black women. Okay. This is what the bed wenching, this is what's raping our sisters on the plantation, like what Oscar Brown Jr. said, often his bitter men. So as the white man went off with the sister, the white woman felt neglected. You see what I'm saying? So to piss off the white man, this is where you get flicks like Mandingo is from. Immaterial cases and all the other unknown cases that went on. And I even think this situation that happened with Black Wall Street was centered around some bullshit like that too. As a matter of fact, it was, because when I went to Black Wall Street, I went to the shop, the store that said 1921. So I'm asked I'm saying this here, I told you this, I'm saying this for our audience. So I asked the proprietor of the store, I asked him, you know, what happened with the Black Wall Street, this, that, that, the other. And he says, I'll let my son tell you. Well-educated, well-mannered young man, about 18, 19, 20 years old. And he went down there and broke it down, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Lady, Sister Val was shouting you out, Lady Che.
I'm not staying long, so I think it's doing great.
Okay, so we were going over Chud the Builder, Chud the Bussy.
Ew?
Mm-hmm. Antics.
Power.
I got one more thing to play about this bastard, and I'm done.
Yeah, and then the motherfucker, he ain't nothing but a damn accident waiting to happen anyway, man.
All right. So this last thing I got to play on him is she got exposed. His ex-lover tells all.
Is it a dude?
Right on.
It's the Hermie.
That looks like a dude.
A hermaphrodite.
Oh Lord, here we go. Okay.
Couldn't put a finger on it. Something didn't sit right with me. It's like when you see a tether in the grocery store, trying their hardest to look like a black American. In one glance, you're like, something's not right. Something's off. You know, it's the same thing I got with this Chud the Builder guy. I got Brokeback Mountain vibes, like real early from him. And now we got a person coming out talking about their escapades with Chud the Builder. I don't want to call this person a she. I don't want to call this person a he, because I don't want to misgender anybody. I don't want to upset any communities. That's not what I'm here for. I think this person is a Herphodynamite. Okay, that's one of the people that's born with the male and a lady parts. And I'm saying that based on how this person describes their body and what they did to Chud the Builder.
What's up, y'all? Lily Venus here, pretty bitch with a big dick. It's literally in my bio. I'm only bringing this up because Chud the Builder's cameraman put our conversation on Broadway on YouTube. Now, millions of people know what I look like fresh off work. Great. But in the caption, it said that black woman who used to smoke mid and get raw dogged by Chud the Builder. Well, he's not lying. I already told y'all we used to smoke. He used to sell me weed. And we did raw dog a lot. Me, him, and my ex-wife. I am a professional pegger. It is no secret that I perform prostate massages, if you will, for men. I've been doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men.
Now,
we sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But Chud mentioned it first.
Now, one thing I do know about Chud the Builder is he's real big on freedom of speech.
They say I'm just an un-American person because I believe in freedom of speech.
So I don't know this person. I don't know whether this person is telling the truth or not. But I'm going to give this person the freedom of speech on my channel to talk about how they was plunging Chud the Builder in the ass.
I think that he said it the way he said it because the white supremacists were probably like, ew, you used to hang out with a black girl, shame on you. So he had to make it sound good. But see, here's the thing. I'm an egregore too. Lily Venus, hi. Hail the great mother. So I am all about enlightenment, controversy, occultism, witchcraft, and of course, love. So me talking about this is what my brain is about.
Like
Let's expose it, bro. So yes, preach with a big dick. I have not Dalton since like 2015. He was a little chubbier then. His cheeks used to clap in such like the cutest way. Now Chud, he doesn't even have a little chubby butt no more, so I probably wouldn't him again. But I'm wondering, did you bring that up because you want to spin the block? Now, when I first him, he was a virgin, and I'm having a hunch that he probably hasn't been since me and my ex-wife. We can start small, buddy. I got you, but you don't have to fucking cap. Like, if you're gonna say that, we say the whole truth, okay? Now, with that being said, why do I peg? Because it's a hustle and it helps me get through college. I'm still in college, but now I don't have a choice. I will forever be a top because I had a surgery 3 years ago. The doctor and chopped my coochie off. You don't believe me? The link is in the fucking bio. I have been this way my whole life. My ex-girlfriends can vouch for me. I am a top. I fuck men and I fuck women with my dick. My dick is bisexual. The pussy is gay. And that's just that on that. I don't know what else y'all want me to say. So I'm not going to give this any more attention. Today is Sunday. Happy Mother's Day. I'm not bringing this into next week. Fucking asking me, where can you find Chud? He's on Broadway. The same way I found him, you can go find him too. Bye.
I honestly don't even think Chud the Builder's a racist at all. I think he's a socially awkward guy who wants to get plunged in the ass by a black man. And he doesn't know how to go about doing it. So he's trying to, come with a unique icebreaker. Maybe he's running around these black neighborhoods actually looking for a date. I'd be with
Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
bruh. That's all I can say, bruh. Well, in the bet that Chud had more black men in his DMs than ever before, ever since he started making this racist content. I don't know. Maybe he feels like, engaging with a Hereford Dynamite isn't, crossing the line. I don't know where to stand on that. This is actually the first time I've ever seen a Hereford Dynamite speak in real life. I've always kind of thought it was like a myth. Kind of like when we were children, I know this sounds a little racial, but as kids in elementary school, any black man will tell you, we all were under the impression that Asian women coochie set sideways. We thought Asian women had a slanted coochie when we were children. Up until we were old enough to see our first naked magazine, then we came, okay, that's a myth. But like third, fourth grade, whatever, it was like, Asian women coochie set sideways. And so when people talk about a Hereford Dynamite, I always like, okay, that's not real. Or like, I've never ran across the girl who had both, but if this person say they have both, then then that's the first actual real Hereford Dynamite I've seen in real life. And if that's what Chad the Builder likes, I can't say whether it's gay or not. That's my place. Maybe y'all could tell me in the comment section whether or not if a man sleeps with a Hereford Dynamite, if that's indeed gay, or if that's like a gray area. I don't know. I don't know. I've never encountered a Hereford Dynamite. Like I said, this is the first one I've seen speak in real life. And I'm inclined to believe it because it was some back and forth exchange with Chud the Builder's cameraman talking about this person smoking mid with them or whatever the case may be. So you decide. Do y'all think Chud the Builder is, riding the Hershey Highway? Or, is it acceptable for him to get plunged in the ass by Hereford Dynamite if it's outwardly looks like a woman?
004. You got to come up, Stuart. You got to come up, Stuart. We don't know you.
They're on
you got to come up.
Vertical.
He's on the vertical. Oh, okay.
Yeah, vertical. That's
only thing I can say is, bruh, I just had my coffee, man, and I'm about to vomit it, man. Bruh. Dude is fucked up in the head, man. It's clearly obvious, okay? The sister up there got issues, you know what I'm saying? Now, who this?
This is Water God. He just did a video on this dude, too. Tried to build.
Oh, man.
And what exposed the psyop. Oh, my God.
Okay. Oh, Stewart 004. Oh, it's off the hook. There ain't never a dull moment here.
Never. Welcome to the front line of Black News.
Your favorite politicians, your local doctors, and your local lawyers are
Look at that
sponsoring
sweet honey
him.
chocolate right
Which is
there.
why, once again, I told you guys, don't
just
tip
got
out.
here. What are we
Don't fucking
talking
react because this
Okay,
is
Stewart, you just, it'll blend into you, man.
Yeah,
You
we
know?
talking about a white supremacist by the name of Chud the Builder, who apparently.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and you right, Cool Keezy, the Chud the Builder punk.
With a O.
He got issue.
Not a U, with a O. He's a punk. Hell with that punk.
Yeah.
all a psyop.
Fell in love with that white boy Chud. You can call them niggers. They won't do nothing. If you pop Chud, he can't shoot you. He can't. Because he's a big guy. If you swing it,
Okay. Then what you would do with a motherfucker like that is just simply put a sidekick to his kneecap and it will crumble like a toothpick.
for kicking Chud's ass.
And
I
he ain't
haven't seen
walking
one
straight no
nigger
more.
Take a swing at Chud, but you'll swing at another nigger. Might have to drop a dime on this. For sure. You know what I'm saying?
Gotta stop.
I don't like that shit. For sure, bro.
Ain't that there from
like
that
that
ain't
shit.
from New Jack City, that scene right there, is it? Okay, I saw Little Richard, Madam C.J. Walker, Malcolm X, Ida B. Wells, Billie Holiday, Cab Calloway, the greatest.
No, I can't hear you and Shabaka at the same time. What does it say? What did he say?
That opening was kind of upsetting.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, like, black people saying I can't say it, like chipping and motherfucking the hard R, like, come on, cuz. What is this?
And that's why he had to drop a dime on him like he did in Belly.
Okay, now Stewart 204 saying, wait, I know a little about this. It's protecting First Amendment street. Peace. Some people call it
going over Chud the Builder,
Okay, Stewart.
the black woman who says she had some kind of weird relations with Chud the Builder. And
Okay,
Charleston
keep
White-
commenting, Stewart. We're going to address all your
And
comments.
Charleston White, y'all just seen the video we played. I'm gonna play more of what Charleston White said, but when he jumped on it, I knew it was a psyop. So Charleston White is trying to get black people to actually do something. And if y'all see how when I play with what the black woman says, she's trying to say that he is a psyop stage just to try to get black people to do something. So we know this because you guys know I did the video about the SLPC, and they discovered how they was doing, these staged events where they would, just try to make this racist theatrical scene. So it's been going on a lot. We've been picking up on it. And we know Chud the Builder is a part of it. Politicians is paid, I think it's paid by them little hats, but this is political, okay? And this is why Charleston White is even talking about it. Now I'm gonna play some clips. I want to know what y'all think, man. I appreciate everybody who's been supporting the channel. Shabazz, everybody who's been supporting the channel, man. I'm missing a lot of people, but everybody who's been definitely donating to the channel and coming into the chat, pushing me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. So make sure y'all subscribe, hit that like button. I'm gonna come back with some more commentary. Don't forget to comment. I want to know what y'all think. Check this out.
What do you know? I got some more tea on Chud the Builder, and y'all aren't gonna believe this shit. Almost 100K on his GoFund. What happened? What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Lily Venus, and I am live in the flesh with an update on Chud the Builder. Do y'all like my cowboy hat? What are you gonna say? I'm defending him because I got a fucking cowboy hat on, stupid bitches. Anyway, sorry. That was to all the idiots yesterday on my shit. But if you are new here, yes, I did personally talk to Chud the Builder, and he was nice to me. And of course he was nice to me because I fucking knew him before he was Chud. Literally. Not just me. There are several people that are now coming clean that, hey, we used to kick it with this guy. But guess what? Dalton has passed away. Moment of silence for Dalton.
He has passed away. Dalton has been dead for a while now. We are not looking at Dalton. The body is Dalton, but the spirit is Chud. And guess what? You want to know what I found out? Your favorite politicians, your local doctors, and your local lawyers are sponsoring him, which is why, once again, I told you guys, don't chip out. Don't fucking react, because this is all a psyop. First of all, look at the fucking name, Chud the Builder. If you know anything about Freemasonry, I don't even need to say anymore. Like, it's a psyop. It's a fucking psyop to push the New World Order, Agenda 2030, to incite a race war. So every time y'all do something, you're helping them. You're helping them push their agenda a little bit further. And the reason why he's now acting out against his own people, white people, is because he needs to become so nationally known that when somebody does take him out, and if it's one of us, there's your race war. But y'all are so fucking stuck on me telling y'all to not react and coming at me for looking sleepy after I worked a 22-hour shift, telling me I need to be raped and killed because I'm asking you to not react to this bullshit. But yeah, go ahead and react while you do it, please. That's just going to inspire our politicians and doctors and lawyers to give him more money. Don't believe me? Look at the fucking GoFund and research all the names that gave him money.
I fell in love with that white boy Chud. That white boy Chud that's going around macing niggas. Pick up my hat, nigga. What you fucking looking at? You chimping out, nigga? I love Chud.
Pound ping. These hands will hit all by themselves.
Black people are cowards.
Triple jab, right cross, left hook, right uppercut, left hook, overhand right.
Another black
that is the sting like a bee combination, folks.
If another black person does the things that Chud is doing, white people can go back to mistreating black people. I swear to God. And black people ain't gonna do nothing but take it. Man, you know what's scary? They letting them walk around and stream it. Don't y'all walk around streaming and video recording us kicking each other ass? What's up, bitch ass nigga? So what's wrong with Chud?
Everything.
What's wrong with Chud? I've never heard of him. I have.
Everything.
I have, and I love him. I love a white man that'll look at one of you bitch ass niggas and say, "What the fuck are you staring at, you monkey nigger?"
He wouldn't say it to me.
White man can't.
He wouldn't say it to me.
You got one that's doing
because his right hand will hit all by itself.
Now Nashville, and I'm talking to Nashville, Tennessee, because he's in Nashville doing this. I remember when I was in Nashville, I said, "Fuck something about Nashville." The city was on fire, talking about what they gonna do to me. But boy, here we got a white boy just openly saying "nigger" in a disrespectful manner, and that mace. My choice of weapon. I like guns too. I'm like that white boy too. I keep your motherfucker. I keep you one. I keep you one too. I'm like.
No, it look like you got him some dumb guns in there. All right.
My choice of weapon.
Okay, he got one up, 15 down. Okay.
I love mace. I love to see how that
like
black skin turns orange when you mace a nigger. Hey, Chud. Whatever you're doing, don't stop doing it, buddy. Because you is proving my point. I've always said black people are always tough with each other. But when you get you a cracker white boy that'll get in your face and say nigger and ain't scared of nigger, I've watched every last one of you niggas bow down. Now, kicking Chud's ass is a misdemeanor. If you pop Chud, he can't shoot you. He can't. Because he's a big guy. If you swing at Chud, he's gonna mace you. If you go to jail for kicking Chud's ass, guess what? Maybe $1,000 bond. But guess how much money you'll get for kicking Chud's ass? I hadn't seen one nigger take a swing at Chud, but you'll swing at another nigger. I'm telling you, black people have an innate fear of a white man that'll call him a nigger. We won't do nothing. I swear we won't. It's a bunch of niggers hollering about what they'll do.
Well, homie, why don't you go up there and show us how it's done?
We're going back, boy.
Hey, homie,
And
go show us
Chud
how
is
it's
the
done.
test to show white people
what
they can do and get away with their niggers. And I just want to tell you
homie.
niggers,
Go show us how it's
word
done.
nigger
Yeah,
ain't no word. It's an English word that the white man came up for his niggers. How you gonna tell him he can't call you a nigger and he gave you the name? He gave you the name, boy. And I think this is a great time for America with President Trump.
I think it's a great time for you, you ignorant motherfucker, to go show us how it's done.
To remind
you got your gat. Go put some work in, man. Show us how it's done.
What's up, y'all? Lily Venus here, pretty bitch with a big dick. It's literally in my bio. I'm only bringing this up because Chud the Builder's cameraman put our conversation on Broadway on YouTube. Now, millions of people know what I look like fresh off work. Fucking great. But in the caption, it said that Black woman who used to smoke mid and get raw dogged by Chud the Builder. Well, he's not lying. I already told y'all we used to smoke. He used to sell me weed. And we did raw dog a lot. Me, him, and my ex-wife. I am a professional pegger. It is no secret that I perform prostate massages, if you will, for men. I've been doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men. We sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But Chud mentioned it first. I think that he said it the way he said it because the white supremacists
Lady, you
were
need to go
probably
to
like,
Hollywood.
you used to hang out with a black
You'll
girl.
make you
Shame
$1
on
billion
you. See how to
there
make
with
it
that
sound good.
perverse
But
foul
see, here's the
shit
thing.
that you
I'm
talking.
an egregore too.
Go to Hollywood,
Lily Venus,
lady.
hi. Hail the great mother.
Yeah, go
So
to
I am all
Hollywood.
about enlightenment,
Yeah,
controversy,
go to
occultism, witchcraft, and of course, love. So me talking about this is what my brand is about.
No, sis,
Let's expose it, bro.
no,
So yes, pretty bitch with a big dick. I have not fucked Dalton since like 2015. He was a little chubbier then. His cheeks used to clap in such like the cutest way. Now Chud, he doesn't even have a little chubby butt no more. So I probably wouldn't fuck him again. But I'm wondering, did you bring that up because you want to spin the block? Now, when I first fucked him, he was a virgin. And I'm having a hunch that he probably hasn't been fucked since me and my ex-wife. We can start small, buddy. I got you. But you don't have to fucking cap. Like, if you're going to say that we fucked, say the whole truth, okay? Now, with that being said, why do I pay? Because it's a hustle and it helps me get through college. I'm still in college. But now I don't have a choice. I will forever be a top because I had a surgery 3 years ago. The doctor fucked up and chopped my coochie off. You don't believe me? The link is in the fucking bio. I have been this way my whole life. My ex-girlfriends can vouch for me. I am a top. I fuck men and I fuck women with my dick. My dick is bisexual. The pussy is gay. And that's just that on that. I don't know what else y'all want me to say. So I'm not going to give this any more attention. Today is Sunday. Happy Mother's Day. I'm not bringing this into next week. Stop fucking asking me where can you find Chud. He's on Broadway. The same way I found him, you can go find him too. Bye.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So there y'all see it.
What the fuck was that, brother?
I don't know if she just joking. I don't know if she just trying to do this to get attention.
What in the entire fuck was that?
It is some points.
I thought I seen it all in my old age.
Comedy, and she just, you know,
this is bullshit, homie.
Not, and she really did have surgery. And that's off code. You know, you being a black woman and you doing something like that. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
We don't want to push that in our community. Y'all seen that with Dwayne Wade's son.
Mm-hmm.
So
exactly,
this was not intentional, and this was just like, okay, she just do this. But to me, it kind of still smells like higher ups. Yeah, she was saying and throwing up a sign and saying she with this for enlightenment, and definitely looked a little not our culture.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, hold it. Brother's on to something right there.
And when I went through her little comments, I seen other black women was like, man,
I bet you she's been to the San Fernando Valley, Brother Che, if you know what I mean.
Let me understand how this is done. And that's when I was like, yeah, this is very much off code. But our politicians doing this for gain. Yes, they're doing this. It makes them make us feel like it is a boogeyman they can point to, still stir up a race problem. I don't even think they want to stir up a race war. I just think they want it to be like a division, a tension there. They know, it ain't nothing for us to, be in race war about. But they just don't want that. They want it to definitely be, divided. So, and we know who this is coming from, right? But I do think this could be political. I want to know what y'all think. The SLPC, we did that. I want to know how y'all feel about my
Man, we have got to get the fuck away, Black family, from this goddamn Eurocentric culture and mindset.
In the comment section, because y'all be coming hard with some real facts. Appreciate that. And we're going to keep it going. I wanted to do some research on those names that she said that was on his funder list. And if I do something like that, I'm going to probably have to have some type of, if I'm exposing some things, it's going to have to. But who knows, man? But I appreciate y'all for tapping in with me, man. Y'all could have been anywhere but you here with me. Salute to you. Love y'all. Appreciate you. I'll catch you on the next one.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people. And jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
We got Mr. Pollock here in the cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness.
Yeah, we saw this here, brother Chad.
Easy fix of 2 tanks.
The water's contaminated.
So get your free water test.
They filtered it.
Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Yep, that's what the brother does.
So they filtered that water. Okay, that's good. That's what the fuck they need to do out here. And we need some more of your water from them Colorado Rockies, man.
I told you, Sabaka, the Broncos didn't win, you were gonna get cut off. So
man, that's mob shit, man. Come on, man.
Nature obliged and said no snow for you.
Man.
We got a heat wave. You bring in a heat wave. Y'all definitely ain't gonna get no water now.
Oh yeah, we was up to 110 degrees today, brother Che. Yeah, got up to 110, and we at 83 degrees right now.
I told you it was gonna be 110, Sabaki. I said it was gonna be 90 here, and it was gonna be 100 and something there.
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir. That you did. And then a month from now, we'll be going into the summer solstice. So for all you boars out there in Zania, or South Africa, as you call it, dear boers, dear white supremacists, okay, come out here, sit in the sun with me, man. It would be about 137 degrees. Okay, Stuart 00204, are you a victim or a victor? Okay, Stuart, we're going to ask you to specify that. And also, too, Stuart, how did you hear about us?
He's on the vertical. I think he's a troglodyte, just based off of what he's saying in the chat.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay.
Or he's a black, or he's Blacc Media.
Okay.
I think he's a troglodyte.
Okay. Or is this Regal by any chance, man?
No, it's not Regal.
Okay, there's no chance this could be Regal. So how did you hear about us, Stuart? 2004. Are you MAGA?
He's on the vertical. So all you got to do is go through vertical lives. Like if someone watching us, all they have to do is scroll down and it'll go to another video and then another video and then another video, whoever's live right now.
Okay, Chase, so I'm gonna have to get with you as off air, man. I'm gonna have to write that down, man, so I could draw up a diagram chart. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now this female person or what have you, her voice is too melodic to sound like she's got some estrogen. That she's got some of the male hormone in her. Her voice is too melodic. Okay, number one. Two is I think she's just doing it for bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Probably a comedian coming up. You know what I mean? I didn't see no evidence of a 5 o'clock shadow, but at the same token, I didn't see the hands either. You know what I mean?
So hermaphrodite.
Hands tell the whole story.
A hermaphrodite. So I could have got both.
Damn, poor baby.
Usually they have a surgery to get rid of one when they're a baby.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes they'll let some, I don't know, some people will let them decide themselves what they want. If they want to be
okay, so basically, for all practical purposes, she's a mutant.
She's a hermaphrodite, Shabaka, yeah.
Yeah, but what I mean by mutant, you know, outside forces creating freaks of nature. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hermaphrodite is rare as hell, but it happens. Yeah. But usually, the parents will nip it in the bud, if you will, when they're a child, before they hit puberty.
Yeah. God damn. Poor child.
So this one waited were grown to decide keep or not keep or have or not have. So that's so weird. But yeah, that just is to show you that Chud the Bussy, he's just banging. He's just looking to get.
Yeah. That's transgender something or other. That's all that was. That you can't tell. Like, I don't understand why you can't tell. That's the transgender female into male, or male into female, whatever. It's like right there. It's transgender-ish. Okay.
Lady, it's a hermaphrodite.
No, is it? That's a fucking transgender individual.
Hermaphrodite.
That is not a. That's not a situation. If you believe that, you're crazy.
Okay, well, what they were presented to us as was a hermaphrodite.
How is that presented? Did you see the coochie?
They said they were hermaphrodite. Like,
no, they didn't say that. They didn't say that at all.
Yeah.
No, she didn't.
The person that was doing the video said that was Why are we talking about this? Like, what the hell?
Because I'm telling you what it is. You're saying hermaphrodite. I'm saying tranny.
Okay. Either way, it's a weirdo.
Yep.
So what is the point?
Nothing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Oh God. Hermaphrodite, tranny, whatever the fuck. Chad was fucking with it. That's all that matters.
Damn. My.
If that is true, cuz it's a fetishist, and he probably just got turned out, and then nobody wanted to fuck with him, so he's over there on this whole racist kid because there's money behind racism. So I got
like Shiloh Hicks.
Yeah.
He seen what Shiloh Hicks. Shiloh Hicks.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's similar to that.
Hendrix. Shiloh Hendrix. That was running around calling that Somalian child the N-word.
Yeah, but this is far beyond that. This is like antagonistic. So there's a lot of verge of anti-black terrorism. You know what I mean?
No, but what the whole point of me bringing that up was they got millions of dollars for doing that.
That's exact. I know, but that's what that is. There's money behind that. There's money behind being racist against black people. That's established.
Right.
I think we're saying the same thing. All right.
All right, so moving along.
Yeah.
Topic for way too damn long. The UFO scientist Purge is not what you think it is. Death of David Wilcocc shocks community. So secure team gonna give us an update on that once I find the queue.
Okay.
I had that playing that. Okay.
Yeah, Yeah, this is a very unusual story. A number of government agencies are looking into this. One phrase used was its, quote, raised eyebrows. Now the White House says they'll leave no stone unturned in this investigation. As you mentioned, Christine, 10 scientists involved with government agencies or military research died or have been reported missing since 2023. 3 worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in La Cañada, Flint Ridge near Pasadena. Michael Dowd Hicks was a researcher. He died in July 2023. Frank Maywald, a principal researcher, died in July 2024. Monica Jacinto Reza was an aerospace engineer at JPL. She vanished last June while hiking with a companion in the Angeles National Forest.
Okay, JPL is Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Physicist shot and killed outside his home. The question is now, were these coincidences or is it something more sinister?
Hey, what is up, guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. So before we get started in today's report, I have to take a second to talk about some truly heartbreaking news that has been rocking the UFO or UAP research community. I am sad to say today that David Wilcocc passed away on April 20th of an apparent suicide, with details still scant but coming in. For those of us who have spent years in these trenches, David was more than just a researcher. He was a constant voice for the disclosure movement, whether from his own YouTube channel, features on shows like Ancient Aliens. He definitely made an impact, and this is just truly sad news, and that our hearts go out to his family. The circumstances around this are very strange because while the official report is out, the sentiment online is one of pure disbelief, including on my part. People aren't buying the official story, not for a second. And why is that? Well, because just 48 hours before this happened, David posted to his followers online that he had, quote, some very intense stuff going on, and that he was planning a massive live stream for that Monday. He seemed driven. He seemed like a man with a mission. Then on the very day he's supposed to go live and potentially connect the dots on what today's video is about, which is on these missing scientists, the day that the House Oversight Committee launches its own investigation, he's gone. How does a man who just wrote that he, quote, slept well, ready to host a show, pivot to a total crisis in less than 24 hours? And why, as Representative Tim Burchett put it, is the timing so, quote, perfectly aligned with the government's attempt to get ahead of this story? So did David have a similar warning, or was he truly pushed to a breaking point by the intense stuff that he mentioned in his social media post before this occurred? And so in today's video, we are going to look at the full picture because David Wilcocc is now the 12th name on a list that is starting to look like a hit list for the scientific community. We are talking about 12 American scientists and researchers, all tied to nuclear, aerospace, or UFO/UAP programs who have vanished or passed away since mid-2024 under strange or mysterious circumstances. The House Oversight Committee isn't calling this a, quote, conspiracy theory anymore, as they were before when this story was still on the fringes. In fact, they sent a letter to the FBI, the Pentagon, and the Department of Energy, calling this a, quote, grave threat to national security. The FBI is, quote, spearheading this probe now. But is that to find the truth or to manage the fallout? The most effective cover-up is not silence. It's a tragedy that looks witnessed. So what did David know? What was he going to say in that live stream on April 20th? We need to keep the pressure on. And we've got a story here that maybe some of you have heard about, maybe not. But trust me, it is bizarre, it is eerie, and it's moving so fast and is being treated so seriously, especially now, that it should stop everyone in their tracks. And we're going to go over it right now, along with my thoughts on this situation. And so what started as an unverified pattern being discussed out on the fringes of the web has now made its way straight to the highest levels of government. We're talking about the White House, the FBI, and Congress all confirming that they are looking into this story. that there is a growing list of U.S. scientists, now totaling 12, including David, who have either gone missing or passed under strange circumstances since mid-2024, and they all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Think about that for a second. 12 people. Not one strange death, not one unexplained disappearance, 12 separate incidents across time that the government is now admitting might be connected. The recent turning point happened on April 15th, 2026. At a White House press briefing, Peter Doocy asked Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt a very specific question, saying to her, quote, "There are now 10 American scientists who have either gone missing or died since mid-2024. They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things are connected?" Leavitt responded that she would look into it. The very next day, April 16th, Doocy asks President Trump directly about this situation. Trump says he had, quote, "just left a meeting on that very subject." By April 17th, the White House officially launched an investigation. Then, on April 20th, the day David passed, the House Oversight Committee jumped in. Chairman James Comer and Representative Eric Burleson put out a statement that should chill you to the bones, saying, quote, "If the reports are accurate, these deaths and disappearances may represent a grave threat to U.S. national security and to U.S. personnel with access to scientific secrets." Now, local law enforcement in some of these cases say that there's no early indication that they're connected. But guys, this is exactly how things get buried. A quote-unquote suspect arrested does not mean that the motive is clear. A quote disappearance does not mean that they just walked away. We have decades of proven secrecy when it comes to aerospace programs. Proof that NASA have been covering up and lying about the UFO and alien phenomenon since the dawn of space exploration and beforehand. When the public hears NASA scientists, classified access, and missing all in the same month, they start connecting dots, and they should. Everyone should. Because when you think about this, even if a portion of this is true in the disappearances and the passings of all of these connected people, it implies a cover-up and it implies a cleanup, more importantly. Or in other words, a containment operation. A true Blacc operation doesn't look like a movie. It actually typically looks like a random tragedy. A burglary gone wrong, a missing person who, quote, suffered from depression. NASA and the government have always treated certain domains like a locked vault. If you stumble into something you aren't supposed to understand, something that points to technology that officially, quote, doesn't exist, you stop being a scientist and you start being a liability. So the FBI is now spearheading a probe into these connections, which I don't have a lot of faith in. They aren't investigating internet rumors, as they call them, but they're investigating a potential breach or a systemic targeting of our brightest minds, which I guess is to say maybe an outside country or entity is targeting them, but I mean, who knows? But what I can tell you is that the most effective cover-up is not silence, it's confusion. So what did these scientists know? What was David Wilcocc about to reveal in that live stream? And when something like this is happening and a potential cover-up operation is occurring, the typical move is to flood the zone with noise, disinformation, and begin calling people like us conspiracy theorists. Nothing new. But when Congress uses the words grave threat, the time for ignoring this matter is over. And so what did these 12 people know? Were they working on a breakthrough that would change everything we know about the objects and the mysteries of our skies? And I want to get into the part of this that isn't being spoken about on the nightly news or the mainstream news, at least not in most of it. I want to talk about what's actually happening behind the scenes and what I can gather myself. So if you go over to, social media, Reddit, whatever, and read The Room or skim through the deep dive threads on X, people aren't just uneasy about this. They're terrified. And the hottest takes coming out right now on this happening, they point to something much darker than just a string of random tragedies. And it seems that the biggest, or the number one theory, I guess we could call the quote-unquote breakthrough containment. And so there's this massive theory circulating that these 12 specific individuals weren't just scientists, but that they were a part of a specific off-the-book project involving propulsion physics. I mean, think about it. You have Nuno Loureiro at MIT working on plasma fusion. You have Amy Eskridge and her propulsion without propellant. You have Monica Reza developing the super alloys needed for high heat, high speed craft. And from sources contacting me is that a breakthrough occurred, something that would make current fossil fuels and even our current rocket tech obsolete overnight. Something that bridges the gap between us and them. And I'm not talking about beings from our planet. And if you're the ones in control of the global energy status quo, or the ones who want to keep that technology for a breakaway civilization, you cannot let that knowledge go public. And you don't just buy out these scientists, you erase the database. Then we have theory number 2, the infiltration hypothesis. And this one is chilling, because some users are pointing to the fact that the FBI is spearheading the probe instead of just local police departments. Why? Because the theory is that our scientific institutions have been compromised, not by a foreign power like China or Russia, but by an NHI, a non-human intelligence influence. The take here is that these scientists discovered something in the NASA archives or through Los Alamos sensors that proved we're being managed.
The day the Earth
If
stood
these 12
still.
people were about to leak proof that the cover-up isn't just a government secret, but a directive from something else off-planet, well, a burglary gone wrong or a hiking accident
day
is
the
a
Earth
very
stood still,
clean
brother
way
Che.
to keep
Remember
that
that
secret.
movie?
And of course, we have to talk about David some more, because the hot take on the boards right now is that David wasn't just a researcher. He was a conduit. People are saying David had been fed documents by one of the missing Los Alamos scientists before they'd vanished. The theory is that his Monday live stream wasn't just going to be another update. It was going to be the possible disclosure, or the disclosure of something big, at least. And that he had the smoking gun, linking the McCaslin disappearance directly to back-engineered craft at Wright-Patterson. And by back-engineered craft, I'm talking about bacc or reverse-engineered alien spaceships, which has long been said to what has been occurring at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. In fact, one of my most popular videos I've uploaded since I started this channel way back in the day, and that you can still find articles about on places like Fox News, CNN, the New York Post, I believe. It went totally global. And is still a head scratcher to this day, which was a piece of UFO footage captured right near Wright-Patterson Air Force Base of what appears to be an alien craft, or possibly reverse-engineered alien craft, hovering in the clouds near the base, being recorded by bystanders who lived nearby, and that even to this day has not been debunked. And you're seeing a clip of that video here, which was sent to me by the source of the footage back when I published it around 2015 or 2016. And that was quickly picked up, and it was featured on Fox News Science. It was featured on the live Fox News morning show, where they played my actual video where I featured it. And it was then picked up by pretty much everyone else. And it's just amazing. And it's just one facet, one little piece of tiny evidence of some of the strangeness happening around Wright-Patterson. And yet, guys, I think we need to go even deeper here, because if you look at the specific disciplines of these 12 people, you start to see a blueprint for something that isn't quite human. There are a lot of people coming out online now who are claiming to have inside knowledge, as they have many times in the past, of the so-called and what are known as legacy programs. And that these scientists weren't just researchers, they were the integration team, if you will. Some of these scientists were masters of super alloys, metals that can withstand extreme heat and stress. Others working on exotic propulsion, and with new theories on the web that the government finally hit a brick wall with back engineering these alien craft that we've recovered. They had the propulsion, but they didn't have the materials to house it without the craft tearing itself apart. And so what would the take be there? Well, that people like Reza and Eskridge actually solved the material to propulsion interface, that they found the missing link that makes anti-gravity stable. And the moment that they did, they became the most dangerous people on Earth, because that technology doesn't just mean fast planes. It means the end of the oil economy as we know it and the end of secret government control over space.
Well, on that one there, folks, I just need some more information on that.
My hands have been burned to hell and back as I've been typing. Because you can beam me through there and through there, and you can get a 3D image of what I'm typing. Because this computer doesn't have a Wi-Fi card, you can't hack it, but you can maybe get a 3D image of me typing. So like we just did that and did that.
Now, what is this story?
As an act of pure desperation. And guess what?
That's one of the scientists.
I feel better immediately.
Oh.
I feel better immediately. Like, my hands still burn because there's damage. But it's like my body relaxed when we barricaded the shit. And it was like, oh, like relief. Like immediately.
If you want to jump back over to Nuno Loureiro at MIT, he was a genius in plasma and magnetic reconnection. And why does that matter? Well, because if you listen to what guys like Bob Lazar, who I have interviewed on this channel, actually before he went on Joe Rogan, and you can still find that interview on the channel, met him in person in Los Angeles, and I am convinced the guy is totally legit. Well, when it comes to the plasma and magnetic reconnection, and you take into account what guys like Bob Lazar or even David Wilcocc used to say, these craft, these extraterrestrial craft, if you will, don't use fuel for their ships, but are actually using some form of high energy plasma to warp gravity. Speaking of which, in the tens of thousands of UFO clips that we have analyzed here on Secure Team, if you remember, a lot of the UFOs we see appear to have this strange, almost plasma-like orb or glow around them as they are recorded, almost like a bubble around the craft, allowing it to jump in and out of our dimension or through a wormhole, whatever it may be. But that definitely makes sense when you go back and look at all of the UFO footage that we have been sent in or analyzed, where we see this sort of plasma technology potentially being used in the craft being recorded. And so another theory online right now is that Nuno discovered a signature, quote unquote, or in other words, a specific frequency that these alien craft emit when they enter our atmosphere. And if he was about to release a paper or a software code, let's say, that would allow any amateur astronomer with a radio telescope to track UFOs in real time, well, the gatekeepers would have had no choice. They could not let the public have a, quote, UFO radar. And so they erased the man who wrote the code. Now, there is one place of this puzzle that we didn't get into in the main breakdown, and it might be the most important part of all. It's a project called NEO Surveyor. If you aren't familiar, NEO Surveyor is NASA's next generation space telescope, and its only job, planetary defense. It is designed to hunt for dark asteroids, the kind that ground telescopes can't see because they don't reflect light. They only give off heat. And guys, this is where the coincidence factor hits a wall. Carl Grillmeyer, the man shot on his porch in February, wasn't just a retired astronomer. He was the instrument characterization specialist for the NEO Surveyor. He was the guy responsible for making sure the telescope's eyes were calibrated. If the sensors were off by even a fraction, we're blind. We don't see the rocks heading for us in space. And Carl isn't the only link. Monica Reza at JPL, well, her work on advanced alloys and propulsion is exactly what's needed to get these defense satellites into position. Now, think about the timing. In 2005, Congress passed a law, a legal mandate ordering NASA to find 90% of all, quote, city killer asteroids by 2020. We are 6 years past that deadline, and we aren't even close. And now, just as the NEO surveyor is finally hitting its critical construction phase at JPL, right as it's scheduled for a 2027 to 2028 launch, the key people involved are turning up unalived or missing. Why is the White House proposing budget cuts to planetary defense in the 2026 skinny budget while simultaneously claiming that there's a grave threat to our personnel? If there is a threat, why are they stalling that mission? And is the NEO surveyor being delayed because they don't want it to see something that's already on its way? Or are they clearing the board of the people who know how to read the data? So again, the NEO surveyor is a telescope that can essentially see what is invisible to our eyes in space. So all I can say is watch the technology, guys, because while the government gives us briefings and investigations, the people who were actually building our early warning system are vanishing. And it would seem that something is coming. And it looks like they're making sure that we are totally blind when it gets here. And with the timing and the people involved in this entire saga, it really feels like a massive high-stakes cover-up. So, food for thought. And again, we can't ignore General McCaslin, probably one of the most publicized and most recent of the missing scientists, the former general. This man literally ran the lab at Wright-Patterson for decades. We've heard that the Roswell debris was taken to Wright-Patterson. The insider take on his disappearance is the most chilling of all, in fact, because people are speculating that McCaslin wasn't taken by a foreign power. They are saying that he actually potentially defected, that he saw the cover-up was becoming a grave threat to humanity itself, and he went dark with a cache of documents. So is it possible he's the source everyone has been waiting for? And are these other scientists being neutralized because the government is trying to stop them from meeting up with him or verifying his data? That is an important question. And lastly, there's a theory that's almost too out there, some might say, but it's gaining traction because some are suggesting that this non-human intelligence itself is the one doing the cleanup of these scientists. That we were given, quote, technical deadlines here on Earth to figure this stuff out. And we essentially failed, or we started using it for weapons instead of progress. The theory is that they, the extraterrestrials, are reclaiming their technology and the people who understood it. Almost like you could say it's a recall, but not from our government, but from the creators of the technology itself, from somewhere outside of our planet. So guys, we are looking at a war for the future of the human race here, in my mind, whether it's a breakaway civilization protecting its secrets, or an extraterrestrial influence keeping us in the dark, or a new technology simply discovered by these scientists that the government doesn't want us to know about, as it would devastate a lot of industries. The result is the same. The people who can lead us to the stars are being systematically removed from the board. We are being kept in a cage, and the bars are made of secrecy and unexplained tragedies. But like I always say, the truth has a way of coming out, no matter how many locks they put on the vault. And at some point, we will eventually get answers, government help, an investigation or not. We will do our own investigation. And so I want to hear from you guys. Are we being protected here, or are we being harvested for our best minds? What is going on with these missing and now passed on people? Stay tuned, because the deeper we dig, the more the cage starts to rattle. And again, my best wishes and heart goes out to the family and friends of David. We salute him and thank him for all of his hard work. So tell me what you think below. And as always, and more importantly now than ever, stay safe, guys, and I will see you back soon.
That's some crazy shit.
Okay, on that, man, I would need to make a most definite decision on it. I would need some more information on it. And then, as you do know, okay, in case nobody knows, is that the California Institute of Technology is in Pasadena, California. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory of NASA is in Pasadena, California. So that tells me that there's some severe link between Caltech and a Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Now, keep in mind the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL as they call it, all that area out there is classified. So, they hooked up with Houston, but they call that mission control. They're launching these devices, ships or whatever from Cape Canaveral in Florida, which used to be Cape Kennedy after JFK was killed. And then they're getting all these scientists like from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the California Institute of Technology. Then quite naturally, of course, you got the other scientists involved, like from Northwestern, I'm sure, UCLA, definitely USC, okay? Then the Ivy League schools, what's that there? Dartmouth, Princeton, and Yale, and Harvard, you see? Yeah, so all these motherfuckers is in cahoots, okay? But I'm thinking is that due to corporate greed and grant money and all that shit, I think what these motherfuckers did, man, has just opened up a goddamn can of worms.
Yeah. All right, what are your thoughts, Lady Che? You muted, Lady
Che.
I'm right here. I'm on the mouse. What are my thoughts about the scientists? It's obviously conspiracy. I mean,
it's beyond conspiracy.
It's obviously a conspiracy. I mean, they killed them. Simple as that.
Yeah.
The world move forward, or they don't want secrets to get out, or whatever about whatever. But these are like really important people that they just bumped off, and they're all in like ridiculous ways too, like just walked off into the sunset type shit. I think that this has been going on for a minute. I covered it on the RVA too. It's been going on for like a good little while, good couple months, and nobody was talking about it. But I have to think that, like, when Trump was getting rid of all the scientists and shit here, he was firing them left and right. He didn't want anybody to talk about the climate, what's happening with the climate, any kind of science, any kind of anything like that. He was getting rid of all the scientists, the weather people, all that shit. That's in the beginning. Or the first earlier in the year, or whatever. And I thought that was kind of like, so you didn't want to listen to Al Gore or nothing, but now you see that the planet is like heating up and doing like crazy shit. And
the clear and present danger.
You don't want to listen to the scientists. You don't want to deal with the scientists. You don't want to deal with NASA. You don't want to deal with the motherfucking space or the climate, or he pulled out of the climate thing, right? In France or whatever. So, all the shit that he don't want to know about, so that they can continue to siphon water for these stupid ass fucking data centers that they're getting kickbacks off of. Like, I just looked at my thing today. I didn't sign up for no solar motherfucking garden in Aurora. That's just how now that they signed me up for that. You just say, here, this could come out your bill, $21 a month. Like, bitch, I didn't ask for this shit. But this is because there's data centers and water that they need it. They're siphoning it. Not to mention, just here, we got like, I don't know how many, we got like 3 or 4 here in Colorado. But then every city that we give water to is siphoning off water from the same, for the data centers too. Vegas, everybody that we give water to. So not only do we not have polar caps or snow caps to retain the water, to get the water back, as soon as it comes back in, it's gone. So we're like drought is like that's like the kind word for it. We're about to have no motherfucking water, period, not to drink or wash yourself with, like, because these data centers.
No, we need y'all's water.
These data centers are more important than the fucking weather, than the climate to these people. All they care about is money. Like, I don't understand what's gonna happen with it, like with these folks when the grid goes down and you just gonna be sitting there in your imaginary fucking digital money that you can't use. You know what I mean? While everybody else is out there getting it. You know what I mean? I don't think they have a plan at all. They're just creating all sorts of havoc, from homelessness to poverty, like complete poverty, droughts, fucking viruses. You see what I'm saying? Calamities, left and right. So I don't know how anybody's gonna bounce back from that shit. But I'll tell you this though: these scientists were really important, whether they didn't think they were or not. Whether the people, and you see how the families are acting about it. They're all nonchalant, like, you just went out for a walk. I don't know what happened to. Man, things happen every day, like that type of shit. I was watching a little story, like 2 nights ago about it, and the family says, I don't know. Well, shoulder shrug. Like this is your people's. You don't care. It's science. You know what happened. Anything you got in close to anything that's substantially gonna benefit us, move us into the future, not with the AI, but like, with rare minerals or whatever. It's gonna, enhance our knowledge of of space and weather and science. Anything like that. They went for a ride and never, to the upper room. That's where they're at. You know what I mean? And nobody knows who did it. They can't find nobody, but we sure can use these fucking cameras to spy on fucking everybody and their mother driving. But we can't find nobody else. We can't find who killed them. We can't find where they walked off to. We can't find anything about them. But they sure can chase you around on your motherfucking license plates, right? Make it all make sense. Go ahead, I'm done.
Well, the only thing I can say about all that, this is very, very interesting. You know what I'm saying? And greed, Lady Chair, is definitely the motive in this here. Or is definitely some type of manipulation going on. Because why they want to keep all this shit classified, you see. So they just on something that they don't want you to know about, you see. And that is the truth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they own something that they don't want you to know about, And the way how you always got to remember is that when it comes to science, technology, stuff like that, they plan this shit long term. So they might be having some damn aliens hitting this motherfucker like around 2050. You know what I'm saying? Because, the speed of light is 186,000 miles per second. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so these dudes might be on their way to do something, man. They probably came here probably during a time, when the comedians were doing their thing with all their mathematics and what have you. And they said, okay, man, we're going to see you all in a few thousand years. You see, they might have some Captain Kirk shit to go back into a time portal, go meet with the actual people who they spoke with in Kemet. This is why we got to get our man, Dr. Ashwa Kwesi, up here. But I got a weird feeling this is definitely something connected to Kemet.
It's all important. It's all important.
Yeah.
And like who wants to football? Like the scientists are like innocent people. Like they just stay in a lab. They don't bother nobody. They just do their work. You know what I mean? And yet to take 11 or 10 or 11 off the map and nobody question it or even wonder about it, or it's just shoulder shrug or distracted by other shit is a real problem. Right. That means you're not focused on what's going on outside in the weather. Mm-hmm. Like, so content of being inside, but like really go outside and fucking touch grass because they can shut off the grid anytime. We're gonna have to go and turn on the motherfucking water or do some other illicit crazy shit just to have fucking, a charge on the car or a charge on the, a little battery or whatever. Like, you're gonna have to figure that part out. But to know that your weather system and your space system, everything's all out of whack because they're too busy trying to A, colonize another fucking planet, B, take all the funding and kickbacks and tax breaks they can to continue to perpetuate the fucking fraud. And while they're doing it, they're creating nothing but death and homelessness and all kind of extra shit. Nobody has a job. Like, are you serious? Like, is this gonna be those rich people are the only ones that are gonna have a job with all the money, and everybody else could be outside? You know what I mean? And without the weatherman, without the weather, nobody tell you what the weather is. That's how serious it is. Or any natural disaster, there will be no relief for it. You see what I'm saying? Because it will affect their wallet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? It really is.
Jesse.
All right.
Hey, come on, let's go. Let's end it out. I'm leaving.
Okay. All right, I must end it out. All right, so thank y'all for tuning in.
All right.
To season 6, episode 25, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Join us today, since it's now Tuesday, for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, season 11, episode, oh my God, be 37 maybe, or 38. And then Frontline Black News after that. So in the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So salute to everybody that came through. Shout out to Val Hawkins for coming through. Shout out to Coop Keezy for coming through. Shout out to for coming through. Shout out to Coop Keezy for coming through. Shout out to Fresh Always for coming through. Who else is in here?
Cal Dog.
I already shouted out Cal Dog.
Yeah, yeah.
Chicken Twin.
Nobby.
Kari.
Nobby. Kahari. Yeah. Twin. Time. Appreciate Time for coming through.
Yeah, Time too. Okay, great. Can just.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting through everybody. Jesus.
Everybody, Jesse.
All right, Shabaka, did you have anything on your closing?
Okay, and on the closing, ladies and gentlemen, definitely follow the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced page on Facebook. Okay, definitely check out the Facebook groups called Resurrection of the Mental Dead. Okay, and definitely follow Shabaka on Twitter at Shabaka, capital EXP. And then I got to do some sweep work on this computer because I've got all this junk clogged up on here. And 85% of this bullshit is advertisement. So I got to figure out a way to get that shit up out of here, to clean it and clear out some files. And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, on your Facebook pages, if you hate advertisement on your shit like I do, I report it as spam. Okay, we need to do that en masse. Report it as spam. And watch how quick that shit goes away because, it grew like crazy. You know what I'm saying? It grew just like bacteria on top of a pile of shit in the last couple of years, Well, you got to spin up here and spend 8 hours just deleting spam and you pay for this shit. You know what I'm saying? There's always some motherfucker up here trying to say some stupid ass dumbass shit that you don't want, don't need, or never thought of. Then there's always somebody up here writing some bullshit, subscribe to this, subscribe that, and it'd be a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So when you get on your social media pages, start reporting spam. Big time. You know. And watch how fast this shit diminish. Okay, I'm out. From Sin City. So and the Lakers got kicked out the NBA championship. Lakers, okay, shut it down, change your fucking name, or leave Los Angeles.
Period.
Period.
So this is gonna season 6, episode 25, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Like I said, join us later for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and then a continuation of Frontline Black News. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah and Lady Che signing out from the Mile High Income Illegal Migrant Flooded City, and Shabaka signing out from the Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven.
And get some more snow up there so we could hijack the water.
You got the heat, so it's not happening. Good night.
No, that's why we need to hijack your water out that river.
No, I've been cut off. Good night.
Man.